2060X の第3次世界大戦終戦だが、鉄血孤独 AI 及び戦術人形の全面的暴走世界がまた大ピンチに陥った。これはフィリピン民間軍事会社に所属するドールズの奮闘を描く物語。はずだったんだ。よろしくお願いします。请多指教。おやすみ。ありがとう。谢谢。どういたしまして。そういえば、話说回来，本当にいいの？真的可以吗？どうですか？怎么样？どうしよう？怎么办？すみません。对不起哦。さよなら。再见了。お疲れ様です。辛苦了。这是什么？何もないですね。什么东西都没有。見つけた。本当に楽しかった。真的很开心的。終わり。谢谢回路。秘密兵器出動。綺麗だね。好漂亮啊。もちもちで滑るね。好か哦。好きです。3倍。我的姐妹准备好了。这是个很为什这一点点这个最好玩的人。好你了喵。你姐妹だにゃ。好巧妙。経験好ね。飛行機を救世入部作戦。上々です。半仙之前从天来地。他被前上前线。それではここからが本題よ。ここでタッチ。这还是无解。やっぱり称号でが一番だよ。无解回来ではね。こんな時こそ私の出番ですわ。这时候就要我登場了。スピード勝負負けないよ。只是速度我可不会输。彼女の魂はまだきらめいているじゃないか。他的灵魂依然在他帮帮忙。出し切ろうで一日反省しなさい。你还是在禁闭室反省一天吧。さあ、直立サラダ。排沙拉。誰がぺたんこだって。一緒だ。それでは本日の番組はここまで。また見てくださいね。
There we go. I think this should be working now. There we go. That's better. That's, oh boy. Already to a good start. Already to a wonderful, wonderful start. But let me go ahead and just see if the chat's going through. Okay, good. Chat's going through, but it is basically unreadable. Allow me to fix that real quick. Beautiful. Well, hopefully everyone is doing well today. Let's see where we got. Let's see how the chat's going. All right, chat's moving. Everything's going great. Well, everyone, today is going to be, it's a couple months later, but it's going to be a wonderful day where we go through all of last year's beta. I don't know a good way of starting this one, so I'm just going to go ahead and bring our wonderful guest. But before I do that, let me remind you guys that this channel is sponsored by Intrusive Shirts and Aho Patchworks. Wonderful, wonderful places, wonderful shirts, and wonderful patches. Go check the link below and use coupon code /AGCast. All right, now let me just get everyone in so we can get this started. This is going to be a long day. I am sure. Okay, who wants to introduce themselves first? I guess Pew's the one right next to me.
So I am Control Pew. I 3D print guns and stuff, like most of the folks here. Hello.
I mean, you have a little bit more of, I would say, power in this beta process than everyone else, too.
Yeah, you hit me with a cold open, man. I wasn't prepared for that. I was distracted by my wife walking past and being cute and text messages coming at me like wild. Anyway, yeah, so I'm Control Pew, one of the beta people. I do beta stuff with... I guess I'm not the beta guy anymore, but I'm one of them. I'm one of the minions in the machine, in Uberclay's machine.
Well, let me go ahead and bring up the other person, finally came back from picking up the pack of smokes. Hey there, Dr. Death. How does it feel to come back?
It is wonderful to be back. I am so glad that I'm here. I am Dr. Death. I was the beta manager at the catalog for up until around late October, and then I had kids, and that I just did not have time. But I am so happy to be back, and I cannot wait to talk about some of these projects.
Well, yeah, no, pass the torch to your new man real quick and introduce him too.
Exactly. And
All right.
Is Uber. Go right ahead.
Yep, I'm Uber Clay, and I am the fall guy / bagman at the moment, and I stand on the shoulders of giants. So I appreciate you guys joining us for this, and I am the current beta manager, and just menace all around retard.
We're not supposed to say that word at least till 9 minutes in. It's okay. It's all good. It doesn't matter anymore. This was never going to be monetized to begin with.
Menace or retard? Oh, never mind. Anyway,
which one do you think?
Yeah. So, you guys, I appreciate everything you've done, and we've got a lot to celebrate here as we look back on the year 2024.
Well, yeah, no, and again, this was supposed to be, last year this was around like January. This was supposed to be around January too, but, well, there was a certain little funny event that happened around December-ish that caused a lot of a lot of new eyes to pop into places, and then I got 2 strikes. Now those strikes are worn off and we can do it today. But, no, yeah, 2024, I think, had a lot of, goodness gracious, I think... we had the FNT3 or FNT4 come out, a bunch of other things, but I guess where do we want to start? Probably January-ish.
January.
We had the PDF that you were so thankful for doing this. I think last year just me and Dr. Death, which ones do we remember? Oh yeah, these are the ones I remember.
So
we just dug through our messages.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm trying not to be an Uber nerd, but I did make a spreadsheet, so you can clown on me for that. I absolutely the PPX was the very first thing that the catalog dropped in 2024.
That one, if I remember correctly, wasn't that it's a 22, right? It's one of the 22.
No, it's a 9mm by Walther. It's a PPX and a Creed, and the only reason I know that is because I just recently tried to buy a parts kit and build one, and I got to tell you, I really dislike the Creed. The Walther Creed is a horrible gun. Someone from Walther reach out to me and make me understand what the fuck you were thinking about. Anyways, I'm still working through it. I had to buy a PPX rear sear block because the Creed sear block broke and it's a piece of shit. But other than that, it's a great frame, great project. It's just, it's not my favorite gun. What can I say?
I mean, I'm more amazed Vin decided to make a not 22 gun. That's more the interesting part for me. But
I haven't asked Vin about this, but I almost want to ask him, what drove you to make this frame? I mean, it is obviously in the category of guns that you could reverse engineer and bring to the table, but I mean, it had to have been a task of suffering to make that frame.
I'm just going to speculate and say that it was entirely driven by self-hatred and loathing.
Really? I mean, that's kind of what it feels like. Even just building it, even just trying to make one is I get that vibe.
When your first step at a gun is naming it after a really not great band from the 90s, that's a pretty questionable choice to start with, and then it only goes downhill from there.
Funny story, I've been interjecting some Creed into my recent playlist just because of this particular project, and it's not helping.
No.
It's not helping at all.
Yeah.
You're just really trying to up the pain.
I mean, I haven't really best friend too much with Walthers. From what I know, they're all basically the same as Canics, if I've been told properly. The Turkish stuff is just as good.
This is not a fucking Canic.
Yeah, the Walthers are the same as Canics.
Yeah, no.
The Canics are better.
I'm going to hurt you.
Go ahead. But no, yeah. I do want, what was it? I think I've shot, is it the PDP, I think? That's Walther, right? That's like their more fuller frame gun, right?
Yeah.
That one has a fantastic trigger. That one's incredible. It is.
Well, that's what I'm saying is they're known for making good guns. I just don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this fucking Creed. I mean, it's just crazy.
They thought, I want to compete with Sig and Glock.
It's unbelievably bad.
Is it?
It's just all I got to say.
Was it one of the chassis ones, or no? They haven't gone that route, have they? They haven't done that yet.
No. This is actually hammer fired, so it has like.
Okay.
It reminds me of the Shield EZ. It's bad, man. It's
yeah.
ugly. huge and doesn't work. It sucks.
Yeah,
it works, but it sucks.
Isn't the shield easy like an internal hammer one too? Yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah, it's internal hammer.
Yeah, I never. I'm glad the Shield Plus is. I love my Shield Plus. I like it a lot. The Shield Easy, I think, wasn't like half of their like that marketing for that too was like for old people. You could rack the slide with one hand too because like old people couldn't do it or other things.
Yeah, it's it's a gun for cripples. That's okay. Cripples need guns.
It's a gun for. Oh, sorry. It's a gun for like old people and women, that are like very petite.
Hey man, I personally love Smith & Wesson, but that being said, though, as I see someone right now attacking CZ, you're just wrong, all right? You don't need to be contrarian here, all right? People, it's okay to like CZ, but I haven't printed that one yet, but actually, wait a second, I didn't even realize the second one, too. I did not realize the FNT3 came out in the same year as the 4. Okay.
Yeah, they really hit the gas on those projects.
Well, I guess we could probably go to PLA Boy. We could also probably talk about PLA Boy, too, as I feel like I guess probably some people are a little curious. But, I mean, the FNT3, let me go, if I remember the FNT3 correctly, this was right around when you started doing the resin wrap, right?
Yeah.
And that is, for those of you who haven't known, that was the one that might have been used for certain insurance claimsmen. But it basically was the best 3D printed suppressor at that time. It used a resin wrap because before, if I remember correctly, it was like you had a tube and you had to pour in resin, and there are a couple people I know that tried it, and it's a little harder harder said than done, I guess. And you could mess it up a little bit easier. So I guess, the resin wrap was a pretty big one. You know more about it too, Dr. Death? You want to talk about it?
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, it was incredibly strong. It was probably the strongest printable suppressor at the time. I mean, it withstood, they put it at the end of a registered M16 and just mag dumped it, and it held together. I mean,
right.
It really was a revolutionary design. And then they upped it and made it even better.
That's what I was going to say. That was kind of the start. Towards the end of the year, we get the progression, but that was that's a landmark moment right there when that dropped, because that started something that became pretty impressive by the time that it finished.
Well, I remember, Dr. Death, I remember, it was the year before, I think 2023, we kind of made the joke of it was just a bunch of suppressors coming out.
Yeah.
It was a boom. It was the beginning. I want to say it started around with a crest. The Hush Puppy was probably the first one, I guess, that was good. Good for the time, specifically.
I would hesitate to call it good. It worked.
It functioned for what it did, and I think, back in the time, what was it? You had, was it KCAD, I think, his suppressor, and that was just like a 22. I'm not sure how good that one was.
Well, his were baffles that you put in a steel tube.
Right.
Yeah.
Then the Shush Puppy was the first, actual fully printable one, and it also was modular, so that was, when you broke shit, you technically couldn't repair it, but who would ever know?
We follow our local laws here, but
yeah, no, everyone, and you should never repair your own suppressor, even though you own it and it's yours. You should definitely do what the government wants you to do and mail that back to a company and pay them hundreds of dollars to do it.
Otherwise, the bureaucrats get angry.
Yeah, that's true.
I want to say, when I was first getting in, I remember you had the KCAD suppressor. The Shush Puppy had just come out, and I think the Shush Puppy had some steel rodded reinforcements, if I do remember correctly. It wasn't a fully fresh.
It was threaded rod to clamp the whole thing together.
Right, and I think the Shush Puppy 2 was 22 rated only. Right, it wasn't 9mm.
No, we 9mm that. That's full. That's a full auto rated can.
Oh, I did not. I just remember it was absolutely massive. It was insane.
In its recommended configuration, I think I had it was in its recommended configuration. I had it at 3 pounds, 3.2 pounds.
Okay.
And it was enough weight on the end of your Glock that it would prevent it from cycling, so it just became a well rod.
Yeah. I mean,
That's hysterical.
well, I mean, that's apparently the pros gamer move for a lot of new suppressors. But no, what I was going to say for that one was I remember that was around when I started seeing. I think the other one that was probably interesting was it was back in the day when you used to be able to buy the Napa fuel filters before Napa started realizing people were using them for not fuel filters, and then took them off the shelves. There was a 3D printed mount for it, which was those were the days. But then, I want to say it was probably the RGB Crescent that was the one that probably pushed a lot of, the 3D printed suppressor stuff, because that one was a fresh off the printer, fully printed suppressor. And then a huge boom started coming out. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the FNT1 now I think about it. I don't remember too much about it now I think about it. The 3 was when it started getting really interesting, because, I remember that was there was the FNT Easy, which was just basically it was like some sort of resin tape or something. But what always stood out for me with a lot of the FNT stuff was PLA Boy was testing them on actual machine guns, which was honestly, it's a shame that I guess PLA Boy decided to step away. But what I really liked how he was kind of showing everyone quite literally here's my design and I'm going to put it on a machine gun, just supposed to be shooting the machine gun of it.
The amazing thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I mean, because really the only thing I was going to add to that was it's kind of a good way of showing your design. No, it does work. And here's a very stressful moment of me using the gun, or here's me using my design. Probably one of the most stressful ways that most people won't do it. Yeah, you should go ahead and print it.
Exactly. And well, the thing is and this is why the catalog and all of this work is so important, is because he laid the groundwork now for someone to take, even though he's not involved anymore, he laid the groundwork for someone to take his design and run with it and improve it even further. And we're going to see that, just like how, like you said, the Crescent laid the groundwork for the FTN, and then from so on and so forth, and before that the Hush Puppy. Everyone builds on each other's achievements, and we keep seeing the technology progressing and getting better, and it is just amazing to watch.
Let me interject there. Audience at home, this is why it's very relevant to have good CAD and to try to build your projects with something that somebody else can build on top of. We try to stay away from Tinkercad and things like that.
Hey,
make
Tinkercad's
projects in something that's good.
AG, if I were with you, I would slap you.
I am well aware.
Tinkercad is not good, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
No, Tinkercad is not good. Please don't use
SketchUp, on the other hand. SketchUp is fantastic. No, don't use SketchUp either.
Jesus Christ. SketchUp sucks too. What are you talking about?
I've learned how to use Solid Edge or SolidWorks, which is it took a lot of work, but I feel like it's once the challenge with CAD work is just, for me, it was just understanding how the UI works, and then once you can kind of actually understand this is how I make a circle. Okay, this is how we make curve. Okay, now once I can figure that out, then I can actually start making things. But yeah, Tinkercad is it's fun for if you just want to if you're maybe 7 and you've never this is your first ever thing, but yeah, it's not actually, you shouldn't do things that matter in Tinkercad.
It's one step up from Minecraft.
It's MS Paint. It's basically the MS Paint of CAD. It's simple, can run on quite literally anything, but yeah. I guess the one thing for me, I guess before we could probably go into the next one, and Uber Clay, I think you'll enjoy this one. You could say a lot about the next one, but for me, the FNT3, what I really liked about, how PLA Boy was showing everything was for the people that, want to comply and want to not want to be able to bring their suppressor to a public range and not have to deal with the things that might come around it. It was one of the first 3D printed suppressors where I just felt like if I were to actually do my $200 tax stamp, this would be probably the one, because if it can handle a full auto rated, AR-15, then I can probably just, I'm not going to shoot full auto. I'm going to probably maybe shoot a mag in a minute out of the range. But someone's asking also, Albert 9x19 is asking what does full auto rated entail. I'm guessing you put it on a machine gun and you just keep shooting it until it breaks.
No, you put it on a machine gun, you decide what an acceptable number of rounds is, and then you shoot to that number of rounds and then past it. So For me with the Shush Puppy, full auto rating was 200 rounds. 200 rounds in succession, and it did fine in 9mm.
Which is incredibly impressive.
Fun bit. We also did 5.56 rating, and it did not work out very well.
I think I remember you posting a video on this. This was the original Ctrl Pew Twitter account. I remember it exploded.
Yeah,
it exploded
way back in the day. It wasn't violent. It just lost like the outer shell of one of the baffles. It's like that outer wall of PLA sort of just got caught in the pressure wave and came off. So it looked pretty cool, but
no.
Yeah.
That is some old archived lost footage. Hopefully you still have your computer and you can find it and repost it again, because I remember that. Like that would again. I feel like now, because the Shush Puppy came out in 2020, like 2021 almost. Was it 2021?
Yeah, it's old.
It was a while ago.
Like it's really. To think about where we are now, specifically with like the FNT4, from where we started, is actually kind of insane.
It's insane. No, the only thing that prevents me from getting into any of the other suppressor designs that have come out is that none of them are modular. And right now I have an SOT, so I can make this stuff pretty freely. But if I were going to make one for me, it would be a modular design, because I cannot there is no level of of patience that I would have to send a 3D printed can to a manufacturer to be repaired. Like it's just a level of bull that I don't want to deal with. So that's like, even for commercial cans, I won't do that.
Well, I won't get ahead of ourselves for the FNT4, but I will say the introduction of better like mounting systems, I guess, is something I really do like. But we have a few more months to go before we get to that one. But I guess let's go to our totally not just as good as a Walther next one, Uber Clay.
And I love a Canik, man. I am all about the Canik.
It was the Boskirts TP9. I will just add a fun little side of some behind baseball when me and Dr. Death did this one. I remember this one very well, Dr. Death, because you gave me the wrong image. And we recorded like a full hour of like me and you just like, wait a second, wait a minute. Like he gave me,
what the hell is this thing?
Yeah, he gave me what was essentially like the Turkish like SAR CZ and was describing to me the TP9. And I'm like, wait, like this is like hammer.
They had the same name.
They're like, this is a hammer fed one. We went on for like 20 minutes, like 30 minutes, just talking past each other, and then you finally figured it out. Yeah, I was just like, God, I will never forget the boss card. It's a frame that lives forever in my mind.
Well, now you got to make one.
I need to buy a Canik first, but I can't. There's a rule in my mind where I just refuse to buy Turk shit. All right, it's just.
I love that's a good rule.
I'm buying.
No, give me a fucking break.
That's a good rule.
Oh man.
Hey man, I will say this:
you can't fuck with a Canik.
When I've done some competition shooting, and I think it was the Canik Rival, like that nice like aluminum one they had. This one guy, he was really good, but his gun just kept jamming nonstop, and I felt so bad for him. Of like, he was like, you could tell he was trying so hard, and just like the only reason why he was performing low is he had a malfunction clear.
Yeah.
I trust my life to my Turkinelli M4.
Hey, it's just as good as when you replace all the parts with actual Benelli parts.
I actually did replace quite a few of them.
I am not surprised. They are actually interchangeable.
I was just preemptive, and I was like, oh, screw it. I'll just throw, an extra $100 in here and get rid of anything that anyone ever had issues with.
Oh, I see. We also have our favorite, not Uber Clay, Uber Poor in the chat as well.
Yeah, I know he's talking all kinds of shit. I think probably it would be on brand for him. Not on the Canik, but maybe some other stuff.
Yeah, he has two Boskirts. They're very nice.
Oh, Lockback, right? Like he can't complain about that.
I think that's why he likes them so much. But go, I'll allow you to go interject real quick. I'll allow you to describe to us the Boskirts TP9.
Boskirt TP9 is a dope ass gun. It's We got the best trigger in the game for the price point. Kits are, about $100, something like that. You can run some Beretta mags if you modify the feed lips a little bit. So you can pick up the 30-round stendos for like maybe, I don't know, man, $12-15. In that release, I remixed Unseen Killer's 19 or 17F. I made a folding PDW TP9 in there too. That's second to none. So it's got a folding brace on it and everything. So if you want to really throw down, that's the one for you. But I love that gun, and I love those Canics for the money. Yeah, they're hard to beat. So yeah, I get it. They're not like some Gucci shit, but they don't jam. They run great. Triggers are great.
Well,
I feel like you've out-Turked the Turks. Like with your folding brace for your pistol there, that's a real baller move right there. That's an accessory that the Turks wanted to make but couldn't, and you just did it.
Yeah, you did. You made a better product somehow, which congratulations, I guess. I mean, from what I remember too, is like, I remember when you finally gave me the proper image for this one too. I did not realize how many different TP9s there were.
Yeah. There's a shitload of trouble. There's a shitload of TP9s.
Because the TP9 I think of today is the typical, basically it's the one that looks very eerily similar to a Walther, like a Walther PDP or no P99. Yeah. I'm like, oh, this P99. It's like this looks eerily similar. But then I remember the one that you sent me, like Dr. Death, was like, it must have been like the old 80s one that didn't have
It was.
I'm just like, I didn't even know that this existed. Dear God, my gun autism was not this strong. I didn't realize there was an even older version of this crap. Because I remember, is the mechanism the same? Is it still like the pre-stock striker or pre-cocked striker?
Yeah, it is.
So the trigger on them are still not Walther Cope good, or they're still the old ones are still decent.
No, I think they're great, man. But yeah, it's a pre-cock striker, but I mean, it's not like the wall's super smooth. I think in comparison to a lot of the modern guns these days, they're a little bit of a pain in the ass to put together, but not bad. Nothing like a fucking Creed, I'll tell you that. Or there's several others I could probably call out that are way worse. So the build's not bad. I did a TP9C, by the way, that I put on my Odyssey too. So if you get a compact, you can throw down with that. That's not part of the regular release, but there's they have so many variants. The Bosker works with most of them. Not the compacts, but just about everything else.
I'm gonna have to print one.
Well, I remember, you were talking about things that are a bitch to build. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't... Oh, wait, no, okay, no, I see it right now. Katz's Beretta is also on here, so I guess that's later. I think I remember...
I was going to talk about that. Yeah,
I remember...
I was going to say about... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I remember a while ago, Pew talking about how much he hated the or basically the M9.
Yeah, I once upon a time I was an armorer and I used to build them, and now
oh shit.
Well, I used to build and maintain the armies, which were not ever taken care of, and
if I remember correctly, wasn't the lore behind the M9 the US bought a bunch of blemmed M9s too? They weren't even the good ones.
They bought it was an actual military contract. They were all brand new when the military got them. It's just that the military handed them to 18 and 19-year-old retards who don't know anything and are, as I said a minute ago, retarded. And so,
Well, Marines
they also had those aftermarket mags that were garbage, didn't they?
Yeah, that too. That was also not helping them.
Well, yeah, no, I'm upset, Doctor, that you didn't tell me about the TP9, I guess PDW folding bracing. That would have actually been pretty cool.
I don't know how I didn't remember that, because that is really cool, and that's the one that I wanted to make. I lost the auction.
Yeah,
totally.
It's got quick detach sling mounts on it and everything, man. Yeah, you guys should check it out, man. It's formidable if you decide to go that route. You throw down some hate.
Well, just because I know, I mean, some of the the Glock. I think it was who was the one that did it? I think it was an Invader. No, it wasn't
Like the
Invader.
Invader and
It was.
shit,
It was.
or what?
It was. That was Digital Nimbus. His thing.
Yeah.
His one. I remember. I just had a bad Glock trigger, so it was just oh god, it was just yanking on sandpaper for that one. I feel like the precock striker on that would just be a wonderful feeling for that. But
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. That's actually something I did not realize that the boss cards had that. I guess the Canik PW is actually pretty cool. I'm surprised. I mean, someone's already done it. It's actually pretty fun. If I can find a Canik deal for Canik prices, maybe actually. I'll just look for the police buyback auctions. Usually those are pretty good for Caniks.
You just get the parts kit. I mean,
But
just get a
Yeah,
parts
you can buy a parts kit off Gunbroker. I usually see them almost every week, if not every other week. They're a little bit pricier these days, but you can grab one for $100-$150, something like that.
Not anymore. Now that you've invoked it, it's done.
Oh
It's
yeah.
over.
Well, oh god, that was the thing God, Dr. Death. I remember that was something that would happen whenever we'd talk about there. I feel like there are some people that would watch this solely for which betas were coming out and then buy up all the parts kits.
Yeah.
That is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
People would watch this, and then they would buy up all the parts kits and then try to resell them.
I think.
Which is what I'm with the J22.
Oh yeah, that was the J. Yeah, I remember you and your garbage little shit rods. I remember.
Oh, I love them.
Yeah,
I just dropped my Rossi
Shit
revolver
rods.
the other day, and now the cylinder doesn't turn.
No,
Jesus
wait,
fucking
was this the
Christ.
one? I think this. I'm trying to remember too. Was this 2024 also the year that was it Uber Poor did the Steyr one too? The Steyr
Yes.
the Steyr M9. I don't think you included in this one, but I remember that one too.
That was me. That was a different Uber.
Different Uber.
Yeah. That was.
Oh, that was you too. Oh, okay, never mind. That's okay.
On the
That's July.
spreadsheet, AG.
Oh, well, that was the release. Okay, it said releases. I remember the beta was a little bit beforehand. All right, don't you attack me for this one. But
Man can't even check his own
Yeah, I
nose.
see it right there, the Geister pistol.
right. But I guess before we get to that one, then let's go to the Radical Lizard. I am trying to remember this one, so I'm going to let you, Clay, to remind me. And Dr. Death, I expect more from you too.
Oh man, that was the DIY printable charging handle, man, for the AR-15.
Oh,
Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, now I remember that. Oh yeah, that was a.
Yeah.
Oh, that was that was
Under
a symbol.
accessories.
It's an accessory.
It's an accessory, yeah. In the we for those of you at home that don't know, the catalog has got several different categories that we release under. This is one of the accessories, so it's a part of an AR-15 that what was it? Jimothy Perkins devised a way to print one, and so it's one less part you have to buy if you're going to 3D print an AR-15.
Well, it's a big thing too,
Well,
especially. Go ahead.
Oh, it also came out at the time when we were really, or at least development started when we were really looking into how much of an AR-15 can you really print. So we had the Monopoly lower, so that
Bane.
took care of a whole half of it, and then we had the Biden's Bane upper, and so then it's like, well, what else do we need to do that we could print? And Jimothy's like, I think we could do the charging handle, and worked on it for a while, and we tested it, and it actually works pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, listen, charging handles like furniture, man. It's got a crazy upcharge in the gun world. My God, yeah. I see charging handles going for $100. I'm like, were you kidding me right now?
I mean, yeah,
I bought one of those once.
I was looking at the special gas busting ones for suppressors, and those ones go even more insane when you want to go to the gas buster ones.
That's crazy.
You really you don't really appreciate how nice it is. The A1 or is it A2, whatever the normal mil spec one is. It comes with almost every standard basic cheap AR is.
Yeah.
It's convenient, especially for a Biden's Bane where you're just trying to say how much can I actually print? That for me is a big deal. You could have your own printed one. I mean, I do wonder how hard it could be to just try to almost mimic one of those special gas busting ones as well. Those work decent unless you have wind, in which that sucks. It really sucks. But no, that was I always like the accessories too, because accessories I feel are always the good first prints, especially for people that are just first getting started and that. Everyone goes to that initial time of the first time you ever fire a printed gun of you never know what will happen. accessories are always just a good way of getting your foot in the door in the most probably the least like risk way. I always said waffle mags are my favorite one just because it also first lets you know if your printer's calibrated or not, because if it's not calibrated, well then you can learn how to calibrate your printer. And if a magazine doesn't work, well then the magazine doesn't work, it doesn't blow up. Very simple first print. And again, who doesn't like more magazines? But
pussy.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we all start somewhere. I think, oh my God, I think I was more scared to shoot. No, it was, the first handgun I ever shot that was 3D printed was Ivan's 3011 in beta. And I remember, I shot the FTC 9, the Mod 9, those were I guess kind of PDWs. I was okay, well, those were I kind of knew how those would break, of it'll just kind of break in the buffer area, and worst comes to worst is okay, I see some cracks and I don't do it. The 3011, it was what if the slide falls back, flies out? That would really suck. Okay. I think, no, I do have the video. I have the video when I first ever shot it, and it's a 2-minute long video where I'm okay, I'm gonna do it. 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 And I'm just looking at I think I might have uploaded it because this is the first time I ever shot a handgun where it's just me sitting there I'm gonna do it. All right, here we go. I'm gonna pull that trigger. And that was also with the plastic rails too, because at that point I hadn't gotten the machine rails yet, so it was even more fun. God, that was a fun beta. The 3011 was a great beta. People always forget there was one with a cover, the covered 3011. Someone made people were
cover.
Every time there's an Ivan beta, and I think there's actually an Ivan beta coming up. I haven't uploaded that one yet, but it'll be coming up soon. Ivan's anytime there's an Ivan beta, a lot of people always just join in and just do cool remixes, and it's always just those are some of my favorite betas just to be a part of because it's just a fun experience. That 3011. I remember people had to Ivan was guys, all right, fine, let me actually help you because you're just using STLs, you're not doing anything proper. Let me actually fix it for you. It's a good way if you want to learn how to CAD, just make fun things. But now to think about it, I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually use the dust cover for 3011 because I think most people, including myself, find the original just slide top goofy and it's cool.
I remember back in the day, I was all hot on that dust cover, man. That was really funny.
Well, yeah,
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, your Recession Ruger was the one that everyone that was when people actually started putting the dust covers, but they exist for the 3011.
That's what inspired it. Was that 3011. I mean, that's what got the the brain spinning is when I saw that and that I didn't have flames on it or something. I want to say it had flames. I have that somewhere. I didn't pick that up. I haven't looked at it in years. What's that?
I said I think it did have flames on it.
I think it had flames on it, right, or some shit like that. I gotta go find that.
I put Monero on mine, so.
Oh, I remember. Don't worry, I didn't forget.
Of course.
But yeah,
everything is cooler with flames on it.
I mean, it usually goes faster when there's flames on it too. That being said, I guess we're done talking about the charging handle. Let's go to the other. Oh, wait, this one is an Uber clay. Okay, yeah, this is the other Uber one.
You can talk about my cousin, dude. This Uber poor.
Hopefully,
man.
Yeah, this one's the 69. I remember this one. This is when Sig was still good of their cool hammer fired guns. You want to go talk about this one, Dr. Death or Uber Clay?
Yeah, I can talk about it. I love the P226. I don't own one yet. I need to get one. So the 69 was a printable P226, 228, and 229, which are just, they are the guns that are actually good that Sig makes, the really good ones. And it was
in development. Still make them?
Yeah, they still make them.
I think they
but
do.
Now they.
But is it Sig USA or Sig?
India?
No, I don't know.
The new Sig India branch?
I think Sig USA is the only one left, aren't they?
I actually think you're right. I don't think the
Sig... the other one went out of
Actually,
business, I think.
That's tragic, because they're not good anymore. That's the case.
No. Well, they also changed the... Sig USA also changed the slides where they're no longer made out of bent sheet metal or however they used to make them. Now they made them cheap now, and they're just like shoddily machined. But I mean, whatever. I'll still buy one and see how bad it is. But or good maybe. But anyway, it was tested for a lot of rounds. I mean, it's a P226, so it's a double action, single action, double stack pistol. Cops use them forever. My dad was actually issued one, and I'm still angry because my idea was he had to turn it in to be destroyed. My idea was to buy the parts kit, and they cut the slide into 3 pieces for some damn reason, just because whoever they had running the saw was an idiot.
Actually,
yes,
yeah,
monsters.
I mean, look, I know you can get like a lot of them in 40, like just from like old buybacks. I know as a chairman has one that's actually insane. His is in 40, and it was like run over, and he got it like for like I think he got it for free actually, but like it's like it was run over by like a car, so like the entire like grip is just pushed in, like caved in completely. But like yeah, you can pick up the 40 ones for like really cheap from what I remember.
Well, they have issues with slides cracking for some reason.
Well,
because they used the same one.
Yeah, it isn't the same issue with like the Glock. It was like Glock 22, the one that's the 40 cal.
Yeah, the
Glock.
early ones.
Yeah, like that was the whole issue with like the cop, like because cops would just always come in with like their like slides crack, I guess, because it was just the 9mm one.
Yes,
but yeah, no, this was again like I always liked these type of ones because first off, this is when Sig was good, and also it's a not Glock. I always am happy whenever I see not Glock frames being made. And this is definitely, again, like, because, yeah, a lot of the police buyback ones, I think a lot of police departments did use this SIG, which, again, it is a good SIG. I think for the 40 cal ones, can't you buy a conversion, like, kit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can buy a sub-caliber barrel to make it 9mm.
And wouldn't that, like, in theory, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't, like, the 40 cal, like, slide even heavier, so shouldn't it, like, shoot softer?
I don't know exactly. I haven't looked into them super heavily, but I just from the half dozen
most of these, most of these striker fired guns, you can run 9mm barrels in the 40 slides. It just depends if the diameter of the slide, if it's way off of the 9mm barrel, it's going to shoot low. But it'll run.
The 226 is a hammer fired.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's hammer fired. That's what. No. It's from the Wonder 9 era where like you had the Beretta M9 and then a bunch of double action, single actions, and that sort of late 70s, 80s era where all the police departments were switching out of their 38 Model 10s.
Yeah, their revolvers. They're retiring the revolvers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If only did the proper way of what New York did and decided to turn a Glock into a revolver.
Jesus.
I mean, it just works so well. I mean, who wouldn't want a 10-pound trigger, man? It's great.
That's also because cops kept shooting themselves with them.
Have you seen the Tara Precision not quite Glock clones?
No,
I don't think so.
So they're a double action only Glock from like Monte Carlo.
Oh my god. Wait. How much?
Yeah.
Why? Double action only Glock?
Tell me how much.
Yeah.
How much is this?
They're like $100. They're not expensive, and they're for many reasons they're not expensive.
There's a reason why I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah. If you pay more than $100 for one, you get ripped off.
This sounds like
I've got the Robin's Egg Blue slide on mine. It's classy.
Oh, wait a second. Is this the one that I might have is this the one I might have played with like during Masters?
You might have.
No, I think I remember. Yeah, this was a goofy one. You said, "Oh, you tried this Glock," and it was a piece of I remember. I was like, "Oh God."
That's the one.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Like that was what. Oh God! No, I remember you were giving me like all the guns that had quite literally guns that I thought were cool. You just would hand me like, "Try the trigger." Like, oh God.
Yeah.
It's like just.
Yeah, no, they're all bad.
You were just.
None of them feel like they feel in Call of Duty.
Yeah, no, it was quite literally just Pew just like giving me all the guns I thought were cool just to ruin my dreams. Oh wait, you remember this one Call of Duty? Oh, you want to hold it? Yeah, here you go. Pull the trigger. Like, oh wait, what the hell? Did I just rotate the? You just only rotated the cylinder. You didn't pull the trigger. Oh fuck me. But no, if it's $100, that sounds like a funny gun that I just want to like hand to like a friend.
I'm gonna say I'm kind of interested.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be your friend anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those it's the Glock you give to your friend. But yeah, no, I will say this is probably one of the better SIG ones. Hopefully, I mean, again, I feel like there's just so many of them. This is one of those fun SIGs that you could probably just, if you don't like Glocks and you want to build a handgun frame, this is probably one of the better ones for sure.
Yeah, it'd be the only SIG I ever get. It's
Pretty
gonna
much.
be this one that I print. I don't have a SIG, but if I did, it would, I would get a parts kit and I'd print this. I wouldn't fuck around with it.
I have a
other
friend
shit,
of
other
mine who was
SIGs.
willing to give me his like 320 for like, I think he was trying to sell it to me for like 300. I'm gonna wait till 200, and when that day happens, I'll pick it up. But
Nice.
I'm going to miss you.
Okay, just once you pick it up, don't ever drop it.
yeah, exactly.
Don't ever put it down.
I think his was the frame safety one, so hopefully that one should be fine. But
No, they're all bad.
let's go to.
Just make sure you Israeli carry it all the time.
I will say this. I remember I was able to shoot a 320, and I hate it so much because the mushy garbage trigger is actually probably the best gun I've shot with. I don't know why, and I hate it. But
I don't know how that gun beat the new Beretta. I don't.
I mean, yeah.
Someone got paid.
The only reason why I see Glock not winning was because I think they just intentionally just chose not to listen to like the modular rule.
Right.
Which was like, I guess I kind of see it. I like the M&P. I really like the M&P 2.0. I think it's fun.
Hell yeah.
But, I guess it makes me smile to know that for all those who don't know anything about SHOT Show, you have to like pay a lot of money to go to like the big area. Sig decided not to pay, so they got put in like the sad like shed in the corner, which is really funny to me. Like they're in like
funny.
Jim Bob's like reloads and other shit. Like you have like the main place, it's like Knight's Armament, like Glock, like Smith and Wesson, and then Sig decided not to like pay 1 year, and then got sent to the sad area.
Yeah, I mean, they might have been hurting for cash, man, with everything going on. I mean,
There's other bad guns that they're
not
making
hard.
here in the U.S.
But
Oh yeah.
let's go to the next one. Who wants to be the one to pronounce our good old friend number S number?
Doc, you may have to help me with this. This is
Actually, I want to hear how we all pronounce. I want to hear how we all go because I have my pronunciation. I'm not sure if it's right.
The Super Final Fantasy Adventure version 2 AR-15.
I was talking about the developer himself.
Oh.
I always pronounced it like Segutu.
Yeah, I always go Sigu.
You too. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. So, you want to go with one?
I'm pretty sure that this is an actual auto sear.
It is a very spicy boy.
Yeah, this is like you want to make sure. That you don't have any dogs if you're gonna have a few of these around because
Give me a second.
might not be the best thing.
Let me pull this one up because I do know he has super safety versions, and then he also just has like direct auto sears.
Yeah.
And it's always really funny of like I think it was I'm not sure if it's
Comments on Odyssey.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his AK one is released this year or not, but I know his AK one.
I don't think it's released yet. No, it's still in process.
Well, because I remember the AK one was featured by the ATF saying about how super safeties were like machine guns, and the thing was his AK one is literally I think it was DIAY or drop an auto sear. No, it was DIAS. Yeah. Drop an auto sear AK, and I think he was like making a joke about it too. It was like, but let me update the documentation now real quick. This stands for literally drop an auto sear. This is not a super safety. It was never a super safety. It literally said drop an auto sear. But
yeah, the ATF is the only group besides journalists that can get it wrong as conclusively as they can when it comes to Odyssey and GunCat files.
Because I think this might be the auto sear one because I do know he has a super safety one as well.
I think it is.
I'm just reading the comments. It is. I am almost certain. I'm reading the comments, and they're pretty funny on Odyssey. And it says, "What does this even do?" And someone just responds, "Gets your dog shot."
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, when he posted, he's another developer I really like to follow too, because he also does like the PLA boy thing of he
Does
always
some badass shit.
he always just shows himself
yeah.
using his design all the time. I think like his like Slip Trip. I'm not sure if that one released this year or not, but like he's done a lot of things. Also for like the MP5, a lot of roller delayed stuff. So like the MP5,
Really cool stuff.
the 3D printed was
Oh.
the KP5, Ivan's KP5 too. Like he's done a lot of different things for like that type of stuff, and like he always posts himself shooting it.
Fun fact: he has a G3 super safety that is I have a copy of that I'm messing around with for the set me, and we are not far away from having G3s and Amigo Grandes being super safe. Let's put it that way.
I have a PTR 91 that is so cool.
Oh, I have an Amigo Grande still in the shop, but no, yeah, I would say like. I mean, well, first off, if I remember correctly, is this one of the third position ones where like it's not like you could drop it in and it kind of like makes it like a third position, or is this a different way? I'm trying to remember because there's a couple of them that were like that. Where there was like the Choosy Express, which is basically that. I don't know.
So
Yeah.
This SFFA is a cassette trigger.
Yeah.
Assembly. So I don't know about the third position, but I know that it, you build it and install it like a set trigger, and it works like a drop-in auto sear, where I believe the bolt disconnects or trips the disconnector.
Yeah, no, I remember. Well, I remember he would post he also posted the CAD video of it too, like the CAD assembly documentation of this one. I remember that I had fun with that one. I remember this was like right around the beginning of like super safety stuff, where I was like, it's like a super safety, but except you just hold your trigger down and it just keeps going. In which I had to explain to several people, like, I know it's just fucking auto sear. Like, this is how most of these are.
Right. Yeah. The difference here is, being an auto sear, it doesn't bump the trigger forward and reset it technically, but in a super safety, it helps you pull the trigger faster than you would ever be able to normally. Gets around the technical designation of a machine gun. ATF may or may not recognize that as being legit. That's for you to find out.
Well,
I was going to say, I never messed with that stuff, so.
Yeah, I mean, I got to play around with Hoffman's one. They are actually pretty fun. I would say this.
They're very fun.
Like, I mean, when it comes to like the super safety specifically, it is managed. I think it's gone well beyond what like anything Hoffman ever expected. Of like, there are people right now. I've done competition shooting where someone was explaining to me about how like they're gonna get a super safety. He's like, oh, so you know like who like Hoffman is, right? And he was like, who? He knew what the super safety was, but had no idea who even Hoffman was. And I'm just like, where were you gonna get a super safety from? How do you even know that?
I enjoy the story that that was told about when Hoffman went to visit the ATF booth at SHOT Show, and
I was there
like,
for
oh,
that,
hey,
yeah.
so yeah, they said they have a whole file on him, and he just got real quiet.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, so you know who I am? They're like, oh yeah, we have a whole file on you. We recognize you. And he's like, oh.
They went up to him like, hey Tim. I'm like, oh, Tim. Tim.
Yeah.
They're on a first name basis.
Yeah, I know. He's just like, okay. I remember that. He looked a little. I remember because I drove with him there. Hoffman's a very interesting individual.
I like Hoffman.
I love Hoffman too. He pulled up to the Airbnb. He's like, "Hey, AG, want to see something?" He pulls out he opens his trunk and has these about 8 a box of just mason jars, and then just opens up like one of them and takes a huge swig. Like, you know what this is?
Ooh, yeah, a box of mason jars.
Yeah, he's like,
what?
you know, this is AG.
That sounds like a good time.
I'm like, what is it, Hoff? It's like,
That's what I'm saying.
some of Tennessee's best moonshine. Oh boy! And then just took a huge gulp from it, and then got behind them and we were like ready to go drive. I'm like, fuck Hoffman! Holy shit!
What? Hoff, hook me up, dude.
Dude, yeah, Hoffman's a wild animal, dude. That man,
Oh, fuck.
country boy born for Vegas, man. That is all I got to say. But
Nice.
yeah, no, we're talking about the full auto sear. Yeah, so this is an Air 15 drop-in auto sear. I always.
It is selectable.
Oh, it is selectable. Okay, so that's good.
It is selectable.
Honestly, my big thing with these are, I'm happy they exist. I will never print one without my proper paperwork and stuff, so I will never do one. But for those of you who can, and for those of you who don't care, this is probably definitely one of the better ones. A long ways ago from the good old Yankee Boogle from yesteryear, I would say. Because wasn't yet. Was there any modification that needed to be done for the Yankee Boogle? I'm trying to remember it.
Yeah, there was a low shelf.
That Choosy Express, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those things that like you had to so you needed a low shelf, I think, right, for that?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the printed loads at the time haven't had that. I think a couple of them have added them now. So I think if you wanted to, you could do it. So go ahead and do it. But follow your local laws. I'm not your dad, though. But aside from that, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Unless he is, at which point you have bigger problems than your local laws.
Well, I will not comment any further. Let's go on to the Riptide. Riptide stuff. How is Riptide Rails? His 43 extended mag catch. That was a fun one. Oh, you want to talk about this one, Dr. Death or Uber Clay?
Yeah. Well, Uber Clay, do you want to? You can also.
I don't know much about this stock. Go ahead.
Okay, well, basically, nobody made a 43X magazine catch, and he had one. He's like, well, I want to make a printable extended one. And so he did. So that way, anybody who has a 43X could just print the extended mag catch, and, you got the extended mag catch, which, honestly, on Glocks, I always use extended mag catches. I do not like the standard factory mag catch.
You're just wrong on this, but okay, go ahead and explain more.
No, I also use the extended slide stop or slide release. I want tactile. I want it to be positive, and I like the better controls.
Every time I've ever done an extended mag release, I've always just ended up accidentally dropping my magazine, so I despise them.
That sounds like a skill issue.
The only one that's
like you might have problems loading an AK.
I'm just gonna ignore that altogether. However, I will say this: for the only one that's ever really mattered for me, the extended mag release was the DB alloy. I don't know why that one in particular is like if you try to use a standard mag release, it's like you have to push your you almost look like a toothpick or like a round to push it in. So you need an extended mag release for that one.
I have the drum version. I actually need to reprint the mag release for that because I shot it so much that I actually wore down the mag catch, and now it doesn't have the drum sit high enough to feed properly, but I just haven't gotten around to it.
I see.
Because babies take a lot of time.
Oh, wait, Gun Academy. Wait, I'm actually looking at the chat right now real quick. I see Gun... Oh, wait, people are talking about... people are talking about Pal. Oh, wait a second. I didn't hear that. Let me put you in Ban World real quick there, my friend. Population just you. No thanks for that.
What do you say?
Someone's talking about a country that doesn't exist. That's all I hear. Welcome to Ban World.
Actually, France. Never mind.
I see Gun Academy say they might take some questions if we say something insane. Depends on how insane we're talking about. Is Hoffman trans? I didn't ask him, but I always never ask. Those are those type of things.
I bet he wishes he was a train.
I think he believes he would be an air balloon. I think that man
an airship.
It's true.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there was an airship flying above me, and I took a picture of it and sent it to him. And I was like, "Hey Hoffman, can you ID this for me?" And he literally gave it to me within 10 minutes of instantly exactly what it was.
He looked up the balloon registration number.
Oh yeah, no, he told me exactly everything about the whole airship. It was this one's used specifically for this, and how many people fit in the crew, and the man knows his airships better than anyone else I've ever seen, for sure.
I can't believe he knew what fucking model that was when you texted him when you saw that one.
Yeah, I remember.
Just outrageous.
That was when we were recording. I remember that we were recording right around that time. It's just dude, you're never gonna believe this.
He fucking knew exactly what the fuck it was and shit. I was like, oh fuck.
Absolutely amazing.
Sometimes I think some of the designers are autistic.
Whoa! Wait a minute there. You slow your roll down. I wouldn't go that far. What makes you say that?
Well, just on the spectrum. I don't know. It's just a feeling I get.
Dude, I love Pemby a lot, but it's one of those funny things where one of my friends, he's a really good friend of mine, and he was like, dude, I love like what he's doing with all this crap, but like that man is just a fucking wild card. I can't like open his like feed ever anymore in my public spaces. Like it's just insane. It's stuff like that where it's just like, it's like, look, man. I like to think if
Pemby, are you in the chat?
If
Somebody get Pemby in the chat.
If Pemby were
Pemby in the chat.
I always tell it's like if Pemby were a little more sane, like you could see him possibly working for other company, like working for a company or something. But
working for fucking Raytheon. What are you talking about?
He'd be working for Raytheon, but like it's almost a good thing he's the way he is because he can make cool design shit for us.
He'd be like burning a fucking sunspot somewhere in like the Middle East somewhere, It's gonna be great.
Oh, but like, yeah, the Riptide extended mag catch was another one. I mean, another thing too, I guess, because this is also sort of a beta roundup thing too. I believe also around this time as well. I'm not sure if it released. I don't think it did yet, but Riptide Rails is Menendez Mag V2s, I think, were also another thing that I really do want to see like continue on. I'm not sure where that one is in development.
It wasn't the V2, it was the V3.
Oh, it was the V3, that's right.
It's already a V2.
Yeah, we got the V3. I mean, the struggle here, and it is with any beta project, is docs. So,
Exactly.
it's ready to be released. It just needs help with docs. So, he asked for some help, and we've got some guys working on it. So, if you're familiar with the project and you want to help, hit me up and I'll get you plugged in.
Well, because what I remember on that one, which made it so like interesting, was that it was basically a bent sheet metal. It was basically bent sheet metal, right? Like it was you're bending you're bending sheet metal to essentially, I guess. Oh god, I realized I had fucking Discord
Reinforce the feed layers.
I had Discord minimized, so no one actually saw. Like it was just frozen for the whole chat bubble thing for us. Okay, that should be fixed now. But no, yeah, what it was basically the Menendez Mag V2, but with basically steel feed lip inserts, which really help a lot, I think. Especially for a lot of reliability. I was more curious on like how that would work for some of the other filaments. Like I know, oh god, when I was first starting out, this was still when people were like testing all the new things and like, Doc said PLA in it, but I got PETG. It should work, right? And people would just do it anyways. PETG is not good for magazines or a lot of other things. The feed lips will break and your rounds will go flying out. ASA and ABS work enough until they don't, and they break a lot quicker than you think they would.
Yep.
PLA is honestly just one of the more stiffer ones, which just makes it more useful for us. But of course, you don't have that heat resistance, which is kind of nice, especially if you're shooting and your shooting range is a quarry where it gets up to like 120 degrees. That's just enough for your PLA to start kind of melting around, or kind of like deforming around the feed lips, and then your rounds will start flying out. And having those reinforced feed lips is really, really nice. And what made, I remember, Riptide so interesting and so good, in my opinion, was it was DIY-able too. Like, I remember that was the thing, and that was part of the development. Was originally, I guess he was going to sell it, but then he realized like, oh, I actually could just easily bend it. Which that's again one of those projects where like I do hope more, maybe more movement can go to that one, because that one was honestly pretty nice. But
yes,
I guess there's not really too much to add to a 40x magazine release magazine catch. I guess Dr. Death is the one that loves it the most, but
I do. I just shot a 43x the other day. My cousin bought one.
Yeah, like they're just
nice.
They're okay, I guess, but they're not. I guess it's like when you do like the whole like upgrades with the shield arm mag, and then you get the slide and you can make it a cool elite operator one, but like I like my shield plus.
I will say that there's a lot of really cool people in the space, but Riptide has been especially helpful in developing prototypes for me, anyways. And he's good people. So if you get a chance to support him, I would suggest you do it.
Absolutely.
We want to give him as much support as possible.
His magazine, he did the magazine stuff. That released last year, right? I think. Or was that in beta last year? And still, I'm trying to remember.
Well, are you talking about the Menendez.
Well,
I think is how you say it.
Well, that was the Menendez.
Menendez.
Remember the senator?
Pretty funny that he got arrested.
Yeah, the senator that got arrested for corruption, the one that was so anti-gun and then got arrested for embezzling millions
the one
of dollars.
That he directly petitioned Twitter to get Ivan kicked off.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was funny.
Jesus Christ.
That was actually hilarious.
Oh,
yeah, that's the dude that had the gold bars in his closet.
Check the messages. Check the DMs.
Oh, okay, what were we looking?
They're just right here on the where we're talking.
Oh shit.
Oh wait a second. Oh wait a second.
Big...
Oh wait, that's FDM. Oh, that's FDM. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a second. Is that you, FDM? Welcome to Ban World, my friend. Population 2 now. God damn. Dude is fucking insane. Oh my god. All right, well, let's keep going back to that. Anyways, so yeah, no, we're talking about where were we? I'm trying to go for. We were talking about Riptide stuff. So he was doing the magazine stuff. I remember he was working on like a light-bearing one. Or there was a light-bearing one called the Nightstalker that did release, and that was a pretty big one.
Yeah.
So that's a holster.
That's a holster.
That's
no. Yeah. So
that was.
Yeah.
But no,
that was the love. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say is like, yeah, no, I know that one, but I remember Riptide also. He was working on like a Glock like holster stuff too as well before.
He did.
Right.
He did. It came out, I believe.
Yeah, no, I think it was last year.
It released.
Yeah.
Was it last year or this year?
They're nice. I made one.
Doc, what was the name of that? I can't remember. I can look it up real quick.
Hang on, I can find it. I forget off the top of my head. I did make one though.
I started drinking a little too early tonight. You're gonna put me on the spot here. Let's see.
The Riptide holster pack.
Yeah, it was Riptide holster pack. I remember that. Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah, no, it's very easy to figure it out now. But yeah, because I remember, the Riptide holster pack. Like honestly, Riptide's done really cool stuff, especially in the space. He's done a lot of interesting stuff like that. And then the Menendez mag
nice
one.
Guy too.
I mean, no, yeah, he's a really cool guy too. I mean, yeah, his holster pack I think was then used for the Nightstalker, which is basically a light bearing Glock 19 holster, if I remember correctly.
Right.
And then I'm not sure if the Trident released this year, but I know it was in beta this year too. I think.
The Trident, I think it's in beta still.
Okay. I guess we don't have that one here. I guess while we're talking about Riptide too, might as well talk about the Trident. I do like the Trident a lot. I guess Pew, you've been around for also. You've been around for a while too, so you remember you've been around for like the old FGC 9 days, like originally too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I remember when I was talking to, I think it was Dr. Death when that one must have released, or I'm not sure if you already hand over the reins, but my opinion on the whole Trident stuff is it's interesting seeing how far the FGC 9 has come, I guess, with some people.
Oh my god, yeah.
You have you have basically the FGC 9, you have the Nutty 9, which is just a very, very simplified version of that one, and then you have the Trident, which I guess is still in beta, which I guess is, the way I viewed it, was like the best if you want to spend money for it. But
no, geez, I don't know anything about the Trident. I didn't hear anything about that.
But I guess
I don't. I haven't paid very much attention to the Trident either. I know it's there, but I don't know what specifically is interesting about it.
Let me
tell you what I know. This is by DB Firearms. It's called the Trident. Riptide is making the bolt for it. It's basically like a heavy remix FGC 9 with a bufferless bolt that's made by Riptide. Super cool. Looks really slick. And I don't know if the bolts are in stock, because my experience is as soon as he gets a run made, they sell out pretty quick. But if you want to do a bufferless FGC 9, that's the way to go. It's currently in beta in the catalog, as in the Trident 9. You got to talk to DB9 to get in on testing.
Well, people always forget who DB is.
Sorry,
it's
DB Firearms.
Danish Bulldog, which I'm not sure if that's his name on our Rocket Chat too, because I think a lot of people forget that that's what it stands for.
See, that's part of the confusion. His name on Rocket Chat is Purdy a Herd, which is fucking insane. I don't know why you did that to us, DB. Please tell us why you did that to us.
It caused immense confusion.
Message DB to get in there. Who is DB? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Please, DB, tell us why you did that to us. If you're in the chat, I want to know. but so Purdy heard. I think there's a post on it on Control Pew about the Trident 9. You can find out more there.
Well, yeah, no, and I would say the big thing that I guess for the Trident is that it is you have to basically buy parts for it. It's what I would probably consider probably the best machined FGC9, but it's also the FGC9 was a DIY gun, so I guess kind of it's an interesting place for sure. It has a built-in extractor, it has ejector extractor combo, bufferless. It is really nice, especially if you want to make the best FGC9 you could. That would probably be it. But I know someone's right now actually also talking about they were basically making fun of Americans putting goofy shit on stuff and guns, and that they basically a couple of Russians are making FGC stuff. Well, I mean, luckily this year had a lot of cool DIY stuff just in general coming out too for basically a lot of people that are outside the US. But those ones kind of released later in the year. I guess we'll get to those probably next or soonish. But I guess let's go to the Groxon.
Oh, I can talk about the Groxon.
I was going to say, whose idea was that shit? Go ahead.
So just this guy randomly messaged me on Rocket Chat, and he's like, I came up with a really stupid gun, but it's a Glock remix, and I know you guys don't do Glock remixes really anymore. And he was like, well, I want to really do it. It's a Glock 19, but it's got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's.
Oh my god, I remember this one.
And I came up with it. And so then I was talking to, I think it was Ivan, and I was like, Ivan, are we gonna just make a joke gun section? He's like, yeah, sure, whatever, screw it.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say, this is the meme, this was the new meme gun section that was created for this exact reason. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It has exactly one entry.
Only one person ever used it. Just for that one guy.
This is the Glock that has Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in it. If you see right now, there's currently only one in there. However, right now we're talking about what was it? Learning CAD software, not using Tinkercad. Hell, we have Gun Academy and Unseen Killer here too. So yeah, you could go to the. I know you and Uberclay you and Unseen Killer like to do that a lot. So if you want to be the change in the world you see today, you want to be that second person in there. By all means, there is a category just for you to learn CAD, my friend. It is called the meme gun section.
Exactly. Yeah.
I remember when I saw this one. It was just like.
Unseen's pretty partial to anime, so he's all about those anime builds, anime CAD. That's true.
Do whatever you gotta do to have fun, my friend. All I gotta say is, it's as long as people are having fun. That's all I gotta say. Just enjoy yourself.
I mean, we could always.
Isn't that supposed to be the first rule of guns?
Exactly. It's the first rule of gun safety. And also, I was playing Ready or Not. It's also the same first rule for police training as well. So let's go. I guess with that one, it's a very simple one. Let's go to our favorite tether rice cutters. The next one, the Komandaru printable flash can. Dominican made, American made now with you in the 3D printers. This is a great one. I could talk about this one. This one is just basically a 3D printed flash can that uses a KAK. That's their flash can too as a base mount, correct? And it's just a flash can pretty much. It's a simple flash can. If you got a threaded barrel, you can put something cool on it. And
they look cool.
Well,
yeah, they look really cool.
And I know for his new one that I think is just kind of released in beta right now. That was his Mataba, his fun Japanese and a little Uzi, that thing he's making. He's also using that as his pseudo suppressor on there.
It's like the RXM or RPM 9, I think is
his name.
That thing.
Well, yeah,
that's pretty cool.
That's 2025. We're not getting too ahead of ourselves, but no, yeah, right. This is around, I want to say, when Rice Cutter was really starting to push a lot of new designs and starting to work things.
Yeah,
right? Because he's really.
Just a real quick.
Go ahead, Dr. Death. You want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to ask about that pseudo Uzi thing. Does that use a Mac upper?
Yes, it uses a sort of. But that being said, though, this will be released.
It's not an entire upper. It's a trunnion and a barrel and a bolt.
Yes.
Oh, that's easy.
But That is something I need to edit, Phil, still. So we'll get to that one. That'll be answered soon enough. And you should show up there and also, patron our wonderful channel sponsors. Again, let me make sure I get that mid-admiral read in this one too. Aho Patchworks, wonderful patches. Intrusive Shirts, fantastic shirts. Use coupon code /AGCast for 10% off, I believe, for the shirt and 5% off for patches. Why not get a patch to match your shirt? Okay, well, I'm back to the actual point. This was Rice Cutta's. Yeah, this is his flash can. This is probably the one flash can I'd probably print. It does look really cool.
I have made it. It's nice.
The issue is I think use the KAK one. I just need to buy a KAK one really. I like cheap garbage eBay brakes to put on like guns that don't need cheap garbage eBay brakes. Because it's just fun. Like, well, yes, I'd like to buy your like silly goofy tanker brake to throw on my Mac 11. My Mac 11 shoots super flat. Wonder why? Also, it makes such a loud concussion. It is incredible to shoot in indoor range. It's very fun to do that. But no, this is one of the better, or one of my favorite, printed flash cans. I'm trying to remember, were there any other ones that released this year?
I don't know. There was the kitty can, but I think that may have been before
the kitty can was
this year. Yeah, slightly. I think it was probably preceded 2024. There's a few out there, but the Comandaro is got a vibe. It has a particular look to it. Yeah, the
kitty can is older. Sorry.
Right. So muzzle devices though, I mean, very appropriate for our space, and everybody's got to put something on the end of that barrel.
I mean,
having the threads just kind of sucks.
I mean, that's sort of the thing, is you just don't want bare threads. Like,
right.
You could throw on a goofy muzzle brake, you could put a flash hider, or you could put a nice little flash can. I think the flash can does look nice. I mean, I'm not mitigation or recoil mitigation's probably not really a subjective goal. The bigger thing is it just doesn't break. That's the bigger thing for me, is that it doesn't break and explode. Because I've tried some printed flash cans that just kind of exploded.
Yes.
I printed it, and I use it on my Glock just to make it look scary when I post it on Twitter.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can post it again. I put it on a Glock 34, and I'm like, oh yeah, I 3D printed this, and nobody knows it's just a flash can, so it's funny.
No, yeah. I mean, I like Rice Cutter. He does really cool stuff. I mean, I remember he was working on it. No, that was someone else's doing.
Yeah.
Cyber Draco. But
Rice Cutter's aesthetic is immaculate. Like, he has a very, very, very good sense of aesthetic. His aesthetic is really good.
His mac and cheese remix is probably, in my opinion, I think it's a little. I remember I talked to him a little about it too. It's like he explained to me how much also like extra work he did too to with some of the modeling as well. Like he's done his mac and cheese or Mac 11 up or like lower is probably one of my favorites. Just because it also just looks really cool too.
Nice.
He does have that that sort of 80s future vibe. Really kind of dialed in.
Well, it's because he's a weeb too.
Right. The anime guns we were promised.
Yeah, that's why he's choosing out of all the Uzis he could have chosen, or out of all those type of things, he decided to do the Japanese one.
Yes.
Which, I'm not going to see me complain about that either.
The best one.
But no, let's take a look, I guess, at the next one too. Then I guess, this is an easy one. Ivan's Plastikov V4.
Everybody loves the Plastikov.
I think I remember getting to see a little bit of this in AK Masters when it was still in a fun little beta. Yeah, it's Ivan's love child pretty much. The Plastikov, I feel.
Yeah. Flangeless, baby.
Like the V2, I want to say there was a special aesthetic to that. Like, I'm glad to see Ivan's becoming a little bit better with making his guns look a little aesthetically pleasing. But there was something about the original Ivan designs that were just very brutalist. Functional, to say the very
it's brutalist.
Of it was the bolt together everything. It just looked it worked exactly what it needed to work, and it was one of those type of frames where like, yeah, this thing will just function exactly as like it doesn't need to look nice as long as it's not going to blow up on me, and there's no way this thing should blow up on me.
No, it's like the aesthetic from Alien. You know, everything's just brutal and functional and utilitarian. Yeah.
You know, the M3 bolt stuff, I guess now it's only going to be Spooky that has that. But yeah, the V4 fixed, it's a lot cleaner, it's a lot smoother, a lot more slick. This was also, I want to say the Plastikov originally came out back in the good old golden era when AK parts kits with like headspace barrels and everything was like still under $200.
I don't know. I mean about that necessarily, but
I remember
they've always been like $400.
Really? Okay, so Ivan was just okay. I thought Ivan told me it was cheaper back in the day.
Oh, I mean, it was cheaper back in the day, but like not that recent back in the day.
Okay.
No, like back when I was in high school, they were like, I think Sportsman's Guide had Romanian kits for like $179, and I was like, I should buy these. And then my dad's like, no, that's a machine guns parts kit, and they'll shoot your dog and everything. And since then, I haven't listened to cops.
That's awesome.
No, yeah, for me, it's like I want to build one, but also
an unexpected turn at the end there. Caught me off guard.
I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that part, but yeah, the Plastikov the Plastikov V4, the Plastikov V4. So some other things on this one. Okay, so it's a lot smoother. It's a lot more slick. And that being said, though, too, is always like, okay, wait a minute. Let me just make sure I fix this one real quick. I've been notified of something real quick, and there we go, and it's fixed. Wonderful. So what I was gonna say is the V4. What I remember too is also like an interesting safety selector too. It's a lot more like actually pleasant to use. That being said, though, too, is Ivan's also a lefty, so there's other issues about it as well. But it makes some sense of like someone who has to deal with it more often. You know, safety selectors would probably have a little bit more of like a better take on it. I do like the V4's safety selector actually over a normal AK ones because it's just easier to reach. Aside from that, you know, I think this is also the first one too where he was using like I think printed dust covers as well, and then you know the hand guards as well. Because I think the original Plastikov V2 and V3 were you know the just standard AK hand guards and everything. It was it's definitely a fun printable AK for sure. And
I would like to say, oh, go ahead.
Oh, what were you saying? No, go ahead. No, you're right.
I was just going to say, I think there's an argument to be made that Ivan improved the Kalashnikov pattern with the V4 over what the Russians did with the AK-12. And I think that's a very serious point.
Well, I mean,
I think that
go ahead.
If you look at it, I think if you look at the V4 Plastikov, it is superior to what the Russian army is issuing right now.
I mean, well,
I can agree with that.
Probably. That being said, though, I remember wasn't all the AK-12s we were getting in the U.S. just like the blank guns?
Yes, but they were still garbage over in Ukraine to the point that they've started reissuing AK-74Ms.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And they tried to push for a V2 of the AK-12 because it was underperforming in combat.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like seeing the goofy stuff, whenever you'll see the Ukrainians pull out the DPM.
They have Maxim guns.
Oh yeah, the Maxim guns are always my favorite. The goofy Maxim guns with the goofy bricks.
Are there Maxims water jacket cooled, or are they
yes.
air cooled?
Still water jacket.
Still water jacket cooled. Yeah, I know.
I love it.
They've modernized them in a weird way.
They added optics to them, so you've got the water jacket and then there's optics. But I mean, for static defense, they work.
I mean, why would you? I mean, wasn't that the whole reason with the Browning machine gun?
I would be all over a Maxim with a hollow sun dot.
Oh yeah, the goofy hollow sun, the fucking ship gun, the one that's the ship optic. Those are my favorites.
Or just any of them. It'd just be a funny combination of things that shouldn't be meshed together.
No, exactly.
I guess one of the other things, the Plastikov V4, I think, is that one also? I'm trying to remember. Is that like just typical AKM pattern stuff? I'm not a big AK guy. I'm just going to be just outright with everyone on that.
Wait, are you serious?
Oh yeah, go figure on that. Yeah.
You're not a big AK guy?
No, not really.
I thought you were a master of the AK.
Believe it.
Just the reloads. Just the reloads.
Just the reloads.
You're
only,
right. You're right. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but like Ag can Iraqi reload like there's no one's business. I mean, he's like in Call of Duty IRL, but twice as fast.
All I will say this is I could post a video of the Ukrainian soldier like actually fighting and like stacking bodies versus your typical Instagram influencer doing the Iraqi reload, and you will see you will see what actual combat reloads look like to your fun little goofy Instagram little tactical reload. All right, it doesn't matter. All right. It is completely bullshit. But that is just...
Iraqi reload's always been bullshit.
It is a bullshit, cope for just really worn out AKs. But that is not the point for this. The Plastikov V4 is a cool gun. It's a cool AK, cool printed gun. I think, does it also take 5.45 too? Is there can you do the...
There's a 5.45 version.
I mean, I just wish I
think there's a 5.56 version too.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, at this point now, 5.56 AKs have now an actual purpose. That is...
Yeah, no, they still don't.
What?
I still refuse.
I don't want to. I don't want to buy one either. But like, man, when 7.62x39 costs about as much as 5.56, it's just like, eesh.
Yeah, you should pick the better round, which is 7.62.
I'll even buy a 5.45. Who cares? You're paying a little bit extra for ammo. It's a cool gun. It's a cool round. I'm not buying an American AK or an Americanized AK.
I'm just gonna buy the 300 blackout one from PSA just out of spite because I want to make people upset.
I don't know. They got the cranks now, dude. Hit them cranks.
Those ones are.
I have an announcement for the stream. My wife has just handed me a bowl of ice cream, and I'm going to enjoy it with my whiskey or with my what the hell am I drinking? Rum.
Oh,
that's what
with your whiskey, with your rum.
I just opened up.
I was gonna say whiskey because it's usually whiskey.
I'm drinking some delicious Japanese Strong Zero right now, but it's the Cope American one that is 6% instead of 9%. But I can suffice. When will we have a 54R Plastikov? That's a very good question. Maybe if we harass Ivan enough. I will say this, and I remember this very well. Ivan was telling me at some point that the Plastikov, or what was it? He could easily bullpup an RPK, and that's the thing with Ivan too. Is if you can just tell him you can get him to build a lot of things, but you just have to keep convincing it in a way of oh yeah, you couldn't do that. Well, actually, you could easily do that, and he'll just start catting things up, and next thing you know, he'll have a full functioning set me within a couple of hours. So yeah, he said he could build a bullpup RPK within a couple hours. So if you harass him about it, I never forgot it.
Oh really?
Yeah, he said he could easily do. He said the RPK is such an easy gun to bullpup that it would take literally no time for him to do. It's just that he has no purpose to do it.
The biggest problem with
the
biggest problem with bullpupping an RPK is going to be what do you do with the drum mag?
Yes.
It's these are afterthoughts that don't need to matter until it's done. All right, but
I guess.
Press it into your man titty.
But yeah,
Ivan has this ability to just make me buy guns, so don't get him on the RPK because then I'm gonna have to buy one. He got me to buy an Auto 5 the other day.
Oh wow,
you should just buy an RPK anyway, because the kits are only just getting more expensive.
They are.
They're never going to be less expensive.
No, they won't.
Well, what happens when PSA does their tooling, man?
I'm gonna charge $2,000.
But talking about tooling, however, let's go to the next one. Actually, the Common Precedent, which is basically just tooling, right?
Yes.
This is actually really cool.
I will let you go ahead. I'll let you introduce Dr. Death because I think this was still when you were in. Yeah, this was still when you were in charge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everything before October. The end of October. So this was by Ruby. And, of the Crescent. And Ruby was a very, very talented designer. Sadly, she passed away before this was fully released. But then the community came together and finished developing it. And this is a bullet press. I mean, it is a reloading machine, a single stage press that is 3D printable, which is really cool because, for quite a few parts of the world, ammo's kind of hard to get and it's kind of expensive. And I don't know, even if you're into like survival or anything like that, like this is a 3D printed reloading press that is held up for thousands of rounds that you can just make. And you can stash them if you want to stash them with a couple of cheap dies. And, I mean, that's what it is. It's an arbor press. And you can reload 9mm on it and not have any issue. And globally, I think this has a tremendous influence and a tremendous reach because, if you're in an area that is very restrictive, let's just say, you will be able to use this press to reload ammunition, should the balloon go up or whatever, Teotwalkie, all the survivalism words, zombie apocalypse.
Your zombie gun,
And,
yeah. I mean, well, for me, that's the big thing about this one, too, is that, again, there's a lot of things that are firearms, but the things that aren't firearms are also, they have a very good place, and I would say this one has a really good place, especially, like, goodness, around the pandemic when all the reloading kit stuff was just bought up within seconds. It was almost impossible to find anything for it. And the fact that you can kind of just make one, say, without really much of a paper trail, too, for those who don't live in the U.S., that's a nice little feature as well.
Exactly.
It is one of those things that I think is honestly probably one of the more important releases that came out for sure last year that
I agree.
People, I guess for people in the US who could just go to the store and just buy ammo, I guess, yeah, you can just do that. And that's honestly, why not? But for those who don't, arguably this is going to be much more useful for you. And I feel like a lot of people always really do look for those more fully DIY stuff. And this is a very fantastic addition to it. Ammunition's always a harder thing to do, especially outside the U.S. So, hey, I think this is probably
the other thing
the best. Go ahead.
If you just want to get into reloading and you don't want to put in all the expense right away, here's something you can just try out and see if you like reloading. And then if you want to move on to a better press, go ahead.
No, yeah. And for sure, it is one of the more... it is a press. It is a DIY ammo reloading press. It is very convenient for all of us, I would say. But again, if you live in the U.S., probably you don't care as much. But for a lot of people that don't, I know for a fact a lot of people... This one is a popular one for some people, for sure. But, oh God, we are already almost at we're at an hour 30 minutes. We should definitely wrap. We should be a little quicker on this stuff. Okay, we're not going to do it again, Doctor, for another 4-hour one.
Hey, I mean, I'm all for it. I sent my kids and wife away. I've got the house to myself.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're in for it. We're in for the long haul. There, AP.
Well, that's fine. I started drinking before he started, so we'll be all right for the the whole party.
Okay.
Oh yeah, then we're good. We're good. We got this. Like I said, I just opened up a nice bottle of Bullet Rye.
Oh boy.
Well,
the Bullet Rye.
Well, let's go to this.
that.
Let's go to this next one. I would say that this one's more of a. Well, this one's an interesting one for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I will go ahead. I guess who wants to introduce this one?
I think Control Pew should.
All right, Control Pew, go ahead.
Yeah, so
Go ahead, Control Pew.
a fella y'all know as the Buster of Fudbusters, designed this little 22 as a single shot open bolt 22. It's probably the single most popular build gun that's been released this year.
Hey, yeah.
I don't really know. It's a fun gun. That's what it is. It's pure fun. There's no tactical utility to it. There's no, it's not like we're not trying to make a duty pistol or anything. It's just a fun gun that you can have fun with.
They are great for hiking. I will say that. I love mine.
I remember, I think I was telling you this, Dr. Death, when we did it, but it was like this is such a gun designed by a lawyer. Like, the big thing of too is, like, it is like, oh, what is it? Open bolts are all machine guns. So, okay, a lawyer made an open bolt gun that cannot be at all conceived as a machine gun. It's like such a lawyer gun. But, like, it's a fun gun nonetheless. It
just works.
I believe it uses a liner as well, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it uses a barrel liner. It uses a barrel liner, and you can have, like, I've seen some people make goofily long, like, barrels for it too. I think I got to shoot one. It's like it's just a fun gun. I get it. It's fun, but it's like there's a lot of little Easter eggs on that one too. Of like, it's the big thing. Like, if you are anywhere near like DIY gun stuff, people always tell you, well, open bolt's easier, but open bolts are machine guns, and you can't have an open bolt that's a machine gun. Well, shocker, lawyer man decided, I'm going to prove to you guys you're actually retarded. I'm going to show you it's not a machine gun. So it's like the documentation on it's also fantastic as well. It is honestly a really fun gun. I think good old Funbusters has done some interesting things too. I think he also did a P99 frame as well the year before, which is also another fun one. But yeah, the Hitchhiker is it's just a fun gun, in all honesty, man. Like,
oh my god, when I printed mine, I sat out in my yard with a brick of Thunderbolt 22, Remington Thunderbolt, because I was like, what is the dirtiest, nastiest ammo I can put through this? And it just chugged right along. And I probably shot 200 rounds just in one after another, just because it is that much fun.
Okay, wait.
I'm gonna use it to go hunting. I think I'm gonna go small game hunting with it.
I'm gonna read the chat right now, real quick. A few times I'll do it, but Unseen Killer has a very controversial statement he wants us all to know, and that is the Harlot is an open bolt, and the Hitchhiker is just a Harlot remix. That is an interesting hot take. Wow,
save it for Twitter.
Is it?
Well, okay. Wait a minute. I'm trying to remember how the Harlot works.
I thought it was like a breech loading thing.
It is breech loading.
I haven't printed out a Harlot. I don't think a Harlot's an open bolt. How's an Harlot open bolt?
I don't think the Harlot has a bolt, though. That's the problem. I don't think the Harlot has a bolt.
Yeah.
Isn't it a striker?
Well,
I'm trying to remember.
I think that's
a single shot striker.
I think it does. I think it's a.
So it does have a striker. If your pistol if you have a breech loading pistol, it is by definition not open bolt because there is no bolt.
Yes.
I'm gonna go with you. Sound more sound than I think I can be for this. So I'm gonna trust you on this.
In my 2 glasses of rum into this stream, my logic is still sound, and that it is not an open bolt. The Harlot is not an open bolt.
Well, Unseen Killer has a very interesting counterpoint to this. It's saying the bolt is a cartridge riding along the rails.
The bolt is a cartridge riding along the rails. The Harlot doesn't have rails.
That's what I think. I have to look at a Harlot.
I think he's
now.
gaslighting
Are we talking about the same gun?
I do not know anymore. I think we are being gaslit right now.
Yeah, he's drunk. He's drunker than we are.
You know what? I should remove that wrench real quick right now. He is just pulling our leg. Okay. It has a breech lock. Someone saying the Harlot has a breech block. Harlot is a grenade launcher. The bolt carriage has a rail on the left and right side of each plate. To be honest, I'm going to be real with you guys. My view on the Harlot is you can make it for like literal pennies on the cent for buybacks, and that is what it's used for. I don't think I've ever wanted to shoot a Harlot before outside of, no, officer, by all means, if you don't believe it works, go ahead and put a bullet and try it, sir. That's about how much as I want to get close to it.
I think Dissident Rexy built one.
I will have to ask him because I've
he built one.
Every time I've had a gun buyback near me, it has always gone the same way of someone else gets the bag, but not me. Someone else will come in with a box of just printed frames, and then the cops will just look at him like, all right, fine, you won. And then just like whenever I try, it's like, yeah, no, sorry, man, we don't take printed frames anymore, man. It's over. Like, yeah, you got to go back. Like, yeah, sorry, man. You sat in that line, just go pull out. I will. It's just, it hurts. It hurts so much because I brought like an entire bag of like, here, sir, they're all firearms. And then I have to go explain to the officers of, actually, no, sir, this is a real firearm. Are you telling me that ghost guns aren't a scourge on the streets? What do you mean? What is the purpose of this then? And then, oh, God, the one thing I always do enjoy is like the libertarian guys who'll go like running like gun shops, like going door to door. It was like, wait, don't sell your guns. And I just like pull it up to them. It's like, you sure you want them? It's like, oh, never mind. Okay, you're one of us. Oh, you're good, bro. Like, yeah, just go.
There was a single gun buyback ever near me, and all the different gun shop owners went there, like all the different FFLs in the backs of their pickup trucks, and they were offering like $20 more. And they never held another gun buyback.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they were doing for me. I think good old Brando Herrera came to this one too, and it was like him and his crew were like messing around and stuff. And like, yeah, when I brought my printed frames and everything, like, thank God those guys were there, because like when they saw me with my printed frame bags, I told them like, look, guys, you're doing this to the wrong person. And they kind of looked up like, okay. It was one of those like moments where we kind of like instantly like understood everything. It's like, oh yeah, bro. Oh, by the way, like I think they're actually like they've ran out of like cards. You should just go out. It's like it just like save you the trouble, man. There's like 20, like there are now 8 lines of like 50 cars all through there, and they've been sitting there for like hours already, man. You ain't gonna like. You're just better off pulling out. But okay, so Unseen Killer has added some extra point. He says the firing pin is fixed to the bolt, and the bolt velocity is what fires the round. Is he saying the firing pin is the bolt? Huh.
This is getting.
We are getting some. Fuck. Maybe we should have Ivan on here, because Ivan might be the only person.
That's what I was going to say.
Like, I think Ivan's the only one who can out autism Unseen on this, and I am just not. I just don't feel informed or confident enough to actually argue this.
A bolt is an object that holds your cartridge into the chamber and resists the forces acting on like the recoil forces pushing it out of the chamber, the gas pressure pushing it back out towards the shooter.
Well, I mean, what does that mean? The Rhino is an open bolt? Is that what that means?
I mean,
no,
all
the Rhino is a
open bolts?
revolver. It has a fixed breech face.
Yeah. That's right.
So in order to have any sort of bolt action, you would have to have a breech face that moves.
Right.
The Harlot does not move. The Rhino does not move. Revolvers don't move. Bolt action rifles have a breech face that moves. Semi-auto rifles also. Full-auto rifles also breech faces that move.
Oh, now Unseen
So
Killers.
Harlot is still not an open bolt.
Now Unseen Killer's taking the coward's way out. I'm just saying, I don't actually care about this. Okay, nice try, bro. All right. All right. Okay, buddy.
We'll fight later behind the jungle gym, all right?
Yeah, sure, buddy. Okay, I don't actually care. All right. Yeah, okay. Well, let's go on to the next one then. And I'll talk about this one. I'll talk about this one because I like this one a lot. I've talked to a couple of developer teams on this one as well. This is the Nutty 9. And the Nutty 9, in my opinion, is probably... So the way I look at it is the Trident, which is DB Alloy's thing with Riptide, the best FGC9 money can buy, I guess. The Nutty 9 is the best FGC9, like it's the easiest FGC9 anyone can make, because it is completely weldless. It uses just nuts and bolts, and very easy to go to like a Home Depot, a Lowe's, whatever hardware store it is. And one of the parts that I really appreciate too about it is that the bolt catch itself is it uses the geometry of the nut, or the bolt itself, which is basically like a hexagon, as the bullet catch itself. Because for a lot of the weldless FGC9 designs, those will break within a certain amount of rounds. I remember the one I did originally for my first FGC9 was, oh goodness, it was like an M5 bolt that you had to file down and like JB weld, but eventually like just the forces enough would just rip it out and just strip the threading. And that kind of is, it sucks because now you have kind of almost a useless bolt. You could JB weld it and band-aid it for another like 150 rounds in my experience, and then just hope it keeps working. Ivan's for the FGC9 Mark II, he used it was a tungsten drill bit, And that one even says about 200 rounds is about what it will take. And then
it's also just the bead of weld. I mean,
Well, yeah, you could also do the bead of weld, but the issue is if you don't have a weld.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying about weldless options.
Yeah, so if you don't have a weldless option, it's just you just can't do it. And for that one, the FGC 9 Mark II went around it by basically making it really easy to replace. It functions well enough, and it's also easy to replace if it does break on you. The Nutty 9, in its own way, just makes it better it just won't break because the bolt will break before it does. It literally is part of the bolt itself. That, to me, was a huge improvement to it, a massive improvement. And then, again, it's just a lot easier, in my opinion. Another issue with the FGC 9 bolt is, you have a longer bolt itself, and if you mess up the weld, if you mess out the drilling, then you just got to keep trying it over again, and it is not fun. Bolts are just cheaper than just buying straight molds or mild steel, in my experience.
Yeah.
And
no, they are.
And it has a good jig and everything. It is by far one of my favorites. That also makes it, oh, goodness gracious. Wait, guys, wait a second. I have to grift real quick. Treble has tipped $10 and said, nice stuff. Well, thank you very much, Treble, for donating to Streamlabs.
Yeah.
I accidentally have that. Let me wait. I can fix this. I have made a mistake, and I will just fix this real quick. Now it should work. Let me see if I can play this again for everyone so you can see the fun little GIF. There we go. Thank you so much, Treble. Okay, but no, yeah, the Nutty 9, in my opinion, is probably the easiest FGC 9 you can make. I believe this was also a collaboration build with BLC too.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. That's what makes this really interesting is it was a collaboration between the catalog and BLC, which always makes projects interesting because the catalog has very, very strict documentation rules, which I'm sure Uberclay can back me up on. And so whenever you end up in a situation like this, which we have done ones with other groups,
we'll get to that one.
we will not release and we will not sign off on a release until they meet our documentation standards. And so the Nutty 9 took some doing. Like, it was negotiation. They made a Meru version to try and butter me up, but I still stuck to the documentation.
That is actually hilarious. I did not know. You didn't tell me that part.
Oh, yeah, they did. I have it. I made
funny.
one. But, so, anyway, it took time to coordinate between the two groups and get everything meshed together, but now that it is together, it is an amazing project, and it is so simple to build.
Again,
comparatively.
Again, my position on it is it is basically if you agree the FGC 9 is a good enough design and it functions, the only difference about the 99 is that it is just simpler to build. That is quite literally its thing, is that it already took one of the simplest DIY designs available and made it even simpler, which is honestly a very, very good thing. And by the way, I just want to just answer Albert real quick about, he's saying something about, what are you talking about? The FGC 9 never used a M5 bolt. That is correct, because the FGC 9 originally never had a weldless bolt option. I had to go scourge a bunch of oh goodness, it was back when Thingiverse didn't really know what the FGC 9 was. Yeah. So I was able to find a couple of build options that were weldless. There was my favorite, the Twat, which is the threaded weldless alternative. Oh goodness, it was some goofy alternative. That one was terrible and never was used. And then there was a bolt. I did the bolt together one where you basically had to mill out 4 slots and then thread them, and then you basically attached 4 M3 or M5 screws to it, and then on the bottom you use an M5 bolt that you kind of file down as the bolt catch. It was never released, and it really never should have been. It was kind of a
that sounds a lot harder than just buying a $100 welder and zapping some metal.
This was before those days, all right? And also, I lived in a tiny apartment complex that did not allow me to weld.
People get scared of welding. It's not that hard. I'm not good at it, but...
I can't weld to save my life, but I can weld.
But I did this all in a tiny apartment complex. So that was a fun one, trying to explain the ECM one whenever maintenance came in one day, unexpected. But no, yeah.
They're like, why is this one apartment pulling so much electricity? Oh, he's got this weird drug setup in his bathroom.
I'm making meth.
I like
I
to
didn't see
also imagine all the smoke pouring out because he's just like burning rods.
Dude,
Right.
Oh my god. It was one of those things where like, I'm breathing brake cleaner far too much. This is not... Well, I can't wait to die when I'm 60 or when I hit 40. Let's see what the cancer I get. But,
You don't need to live longer than that.
exactly. No, that's what my friend who was a Marine told me. He would tell his friends, yeah, we die at 40 at cancer, all right? But anyways, 99, very fun build. I guess, Pew, do you want to add anything to that? I guess since you have a little more of attachment to the FGC9, considering you've been around probably the longest out of all of us.
Man, you keep calling me an old ass man.
I'm calling you.
Take it personal.
You're one of the founding fathers of the Pew. All right, that's a different thing. It's more of it's out of respect, not out of insult, my friend.
No. I mean, I'm always a fan of progress for the most part, unless they do it wrong and then it's a sin. But progress is good, unless it's wrong.
Yeah. Again, it's definitely. I think it is probably the simplest version of the FGC9, but really, aside from that, it is basically just an FGC9. Everything else with FGC9 still applies. But I guess I'll go to Uberclay for your next one because, well, I will. This is yours.
Yeah, man. The Geister pistol is a Steyr M9. It's basically a Glock, but better. This is it has a fire control unit, so it's relatively easy to supplant into a frame. But there was an existing reference CAD for this project that I modified so that it would be easy to print. And I guess if I was going to add anything, I'd say the main deal breaker was the takedown pin needed some extra space in order to make it function properly. And yeah, man. So if the parts kits are Gucci and hard to come by and super expensive, but if you get one, I mean, it's a solid frame. So I don't know what to tell you other than that.
I will say I really like the weird blitzkrieg sights it has because I've never really seen anything else with it.
Hexagon sights, man. That's the the kind of hallmark for those guns.
It's one of those things where it's like, I've never shot a gun with it. I want to try it, but whatever. I will say, I remember seeing reviews about it. I was like, oh, it has a really good trigger and everything. That's all the typical not Glock clone cope stuff you get for it. But this one did have a cool, unique sight system that I always found interesting.
It's amazing to me that they beat Glock because it's a better gun, but it probably just wasn't as cheap. So that's that. In my opinion, that's probably why they got the contract.
Well, how is the mags? Are the mags expensive at all?
They are, but they're not. It's similar to a Glock mag. It's not like a big departure. But I will say that the trigger is better, the action's better. The axis over bore is better. So they pretty much outperform a Glock in almost every category. I don't know why they won the contract, other than that maybe they could have been a couple bucks cheaper. If you can find a kit, I'd recommend definitely printing and building one.
Yeah. I will say, because this was one of the frames I remember when I was talking to Dr. Death about it. I was like, I just wondered, this was just more of my thought process of how you build your designs. It's like, do you just find a cheap build in Gunbroker and just say, yeah, let's make a frame for it? Because this is just one of those ones where I'm like, wait, why did you think this? Where did this come from?
Yeah.
Was it just a really good deal you found? It's like, yeah, I'm going to make a frame for it.
Now, where this started is I helped a friend of mine that I do a bunch of projects with build a frame. And once we kind of had it to a point that it worked and we were satisfied with it, I went ahead. I mean, I don't want to do anything and keep it in my back pocket. So eventually it's going to get, released to the public. And I thought to myself, I would just go ahead and run a beta on it and see what everybody thought. And, there was a depending on where you were in what you printed, there was a this particular beta it had a couple of it was the
Is it? Do you have to
mainly the
getting the frame itself or getting the parts kit?
Yeah, I mean it was the alignment. I mean, if I'm going back in time, it was the alignment of the takedown pin. This particular gun has got a slide return spring that has to meet up into the takedown pin slot, and in everything that was out there at the time, it didn't align, and so that was the biggest challenge. It's an Austrian gun,
niche pistol that has niche problems.
Yes, super niche, and there's like 3 people that are going to print this gun. It's a great design. It outperforms Glock in almost every way. If you can get a parts kit, you won't be disappointed. I have a 9C, a 9, and a 40. And all 3 of them outperform a Glock in every aspect. But for whatever reason, they didn't get the contract, and the parts kits are a little thin. They're a little thin and expensive because of that.
Yeah, I guess for those people that are very lucky to get it, I guess. But I was just always wondering, how did you just why? Out of all the frames,
I know
why. That was now that I have the opportunity
I'm
to do it
so
again,
retarded. You have no idea the money that I have that I have sunk into frames and into builds that you haven't even seen yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a back pocket full of projects, and it's an addiction at a certain point. It's what I like to do.
Oh, crap. My audio wasn't... Oh, goodness gracious. Dear God, I guess... Oh, that's right. I got the noise cancellation off. That is a shame. I am so sorry. I turned away for those. I guess this mic is way too good. Allow me to fix that. I am so sorry. I was eating something. But no, yeah.
On mic, nice.
The issue is you guys aren't going to hear it because of Discord, but I turned off the filters because I had NVIDIA Broadcast on. However, I forgot to load that on before I did this. So allow me to fix it. Oh, dear God. I am so sorry, everyone. That is just absolutely embarrassing. That should be fixed now. Hopefully. But anyways, no, yeah, that was always one of the big things for me. So I remember this was around this was probably the point where I think I told Dr. Ness, Uber Clay is the one I've always seen everything.
I know. It's bad. I have a problem with getting sucked into projects when I already have too many going on, and this was a very pronounced example of that. I like to mess around with stuff like this that nobody else knows, what to do with.
Well, so I guess let's go through a couple of these because I guess the Hornet was another one too. That was the more interesting part about this one, if I remember correctly, this was an original FDMA arms FDMA 17, good old 1776. This was a different Freeman. This was the OG Freeman that people knew.
Yes. It's the same guy that made all the Glock frames.
The Glock frames, the Mac frames, everything.
Yes. And, it was relatively solid. The one issue I ran into was the frame did crack under stress, and, DB, Diamondback Firearms, decided to start changing their their frame design about halfway through this beta. So the Gen 4s are supported, but through a remix. Anyways, this is the most micro 9 that you can pack. It's about the size of a Keltec 380, and it will give you nerve damage every time you fire it.
There's a Monero version.
Yeah, I remember this one well enough because Doc has the Monero version. He made sure I had the Monero version. The only picture he gave me was the
horny 9.
Yes, I remember.
That's the horny 9.
Was this how you smooth over to get the documentation through too? Did you give him the mirror just getting a little quicker?
It always helps.
Help. I wish that was the case, but Doc is only probably one of maybe 3 or 4 people that are going to shoot it down. So it might get you a little further, but it's not going to get you to the finish line.
Yeah. I remember my immediate thing saying this was just like, this is a tiny 9mm. Oh my God.
It's literally the smallest 9mm that I'm probably aware of.
It's one of those guns where I'm like, it exists and like, it's good. It's always good to have a gun if you don't have one, right? But it's like dear God, do I never want to fire that thing. No, that thing looks like it kicks like a motherfucker.
It's very, very, very unpleasant.
It just looks
number 1 prostitute approved. That's what I want to say. That is the tagline for it.
I mean, I've shot an LCP. Was it the LCP Ruger LCP like V1, and those things are also like very unpleasant to shoot. I can only imagine what like an LCP but 9mm must feel like, and I just don't want to shoot it. Like it is one of those guns where like, you know what? Maybe I'll just carry a snub nose or like a knife. But no, yeah, I remember those.
Just let the intrusive thoughts win.
You're right. It's just one of those things that just is there. But
carry a Scandium frame 357 Magnum snub nose J frame. Just like all the women do.
Well, of course, get a nice pink one. It's a perfect woman gun. I agree. I guess let's go to the next one because I guess this is another fun PLA boy. This was a fun This is a 22 suppressor pack, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Venti, the Venturi. That was just mostly like a lot of like just 22 direct threads, if I am remembering correctly. But I'll let you correct me, Dr. Death, because I think this is still you.
No, it was all like print in place. It was really nice. 3D printing allows for such amazing baffle designs that the sky is kind of the limit. As long as you figure out orientation, you don't end up, clogging the whole thing with supports or something. And, so no, it was a 22 suppressor pack by PLA boy. It worked very well in testing. I saw people with the Ruger Mark series, and they're just, click, 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 subsonics, or, well, not subsonics, I guess, with the Ruger Mark series, but, it was just a very quiet, very good print-in-place suppressor, and you're in it for the tax stamp. That's it.
And that's honestly one of the nicest things about it, too, is, I mean, when you think about 22 suppressors, I guess a $200 tax stamp is just $200 just as your overhead cost, which isn't terrible. Or, you can just not care, but that's a different story altogether. We would never recommend that.
I don't.
I never endorse that ever. But, again, in that regard, it is, for 22 suppressors, you don't need the whole FNT, resin or, aluminum shell type of a thing, really.
No, I mean, it's a very low pressure cartridge. It's been around since the 1800s. It, for a 22 suppressor, 3D printing is actually, I would argue, ideal, because you're not going to melt the thing. And, the pressures are not going to be enough to blow it up or anything. You're not going to burn it out unless you somehow have one of the full auto 22s.
Well, and then another thing,
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
No, just what you were saying. Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is another thing that I remember very nice about the FNT3 now also is a PLA suppressor also just doesn't get as hot when you shoot it too. And you could just grab that thing directly and still not burn yourself, which is arguably something really, really nice that only a 3D printed suppressor could really do for you there.
Yes, I agreed. That's why I always wanted to do a printed suppressor for like one of the Mac series guns. I always thought that would be fun.
Oh yeah, you like have the old like grip one too. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
The old was it
and
like
just purposely make it beefy and oversized and everything.
yeah, we could totally make a better suppressor than they had back then. In all honesty,
Easily.
like yeah,
Uber Clay, how's the Mac 11.9 coming?
he's
Okay, he's not here.
he's
Never
too
mind,
he's
that's
too busy
fine.
drinking. But so I was gonna go to the next one, which is 100%.
Sorry.
It's 100% Uber Clay.
What was that?
Oh, we're talking about the Mac
I was
11.
asking, how's the Mac 11.9 coming?
Oh, it's coming along. You know, it's coming along. It's got a little ways to go, but you know, we changed the frame, the angle of the frame brake, and that may not have been the best thing because we started getting frame failures. So,
Oh, really?
might
Because
have to-
mine didn't fail. The ones that I made.
I know.
I mean, that was a
Well,
while
you
ago,
know,
obviously.
if you remember, the OG had a radius where it broke and went straight, and so a guy, you know, a couple guys in the beta wanted me to make it kind of angular, so it was more reminiscent of the original Cobra design.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, when you printed that, well, that delivered the stresses of the recoil down to the frame and made it break.
Yeah, you
So
can't do that. No.
there, you
That's
know,
People want things to look old-fashioned, but the issue is we're dealing with plastic, we're
different
dealing with
materials.
polymer.
Yeah,
You know, it's different material. It's not sheet metal. There's a reason the
Right.
original ones were built the way they were, and then the new ones aren't built that way. And look at the Big Mac. You know, this one that shot me
Yes.
in the face.
Wasn't that one that broke on you, right? That was one that exploded on you.
It
That's
didn't break. It had a
great.
hammer slip, and it
Yes.
shot shrapnel into my throat and cut my
Yes.
nose. And I still have the scar. And I'm out in a cornfield in the middle of nowhere, and my wife calls me, and I'm like bleeding in this field, and she goes, "Hey, how are you doing, honey?" And I'm like, "I think I just killed myself."
You're playing with those stupid plastic gun things again. Why are you doing that?
So she said, she goes, "You know what? If you're shooting one of those guns, you effing deserve it."
I told you
Yeah.
to stop doing it. Why are you still doing it? Yeah.
I
But
Hey, it's her
can't
fault. She's the
argue
one that
with
bought me
that.
my first 3D printer.
it's all her fault. You're great. Yeah, I completely agree with you. You should let her know that as well. I bet she'd love to
No,
hear
I
that.
mean,
told her.
you
I
know,
told her.
I wonder if she's watching now.
par for the course, baby.
Maybe. Might be.
But
She likes to harass me on Twitter. That's about it.
yeah, she likes to harass you whenever you're talking to actual prostitutes. But and I will go.
Good people!
I will go to the next one because I see. While we still have Unseen Killer here, we might as well have him here for this one. But this is
Yes.
another one that I think allow you to introduce, Uber Clay.
The Recession Ruger
P2.
R2. Yes. So, this was a incredible upgrade to the Recession Ruger. Obviously, Unseen and I, we work together, and you know, we have a great rapport. I actually sent him some parts kits, and you know, I think you would admit it turned into a giant rabbit hole because you know we're about to see the R3, which is the upgrade to the R2. Anyways, this is, you know, it's beautiful. It is not a 1-for-1 replacement of the original, but it's got so many upgrades to the 9mm version. And, you know, I got to tell you, if you're a Recession Ruger fan, you should get out there and check it out because, you know, there was some back and forth on, you know, basically the main, I mean, as I see it, right? I mean, it's up for debate, but the main point of contention in the original Recession Ruger was I used the fire control group position of the AR fire control group from the 3011 in my design, and that for that design may have been slightly lower than what was intended for, predictable reset, unless you're using heavy ammo or high velocity ammo. So, as we have stepped through the R2 and the R3, we have identified some different things that could be improved upon, and really, I think we've landed on a stellar design. I have a R1, an R2, and a R3. As recent as like this week, that is pretty dope. So parts kits, $100 or less, you can't beat it. It's got every customization that you can possibly think of. Printed mag, foregrips, stocks, braces, whatever you want to do. And so
You got a switch, dog?
Honestly,
What's
a
that?
Ruger switch would be incredible. You would
Yeah.
be.
hilarious.
That was.
I know.
We
It
should probably
exists.
we should ask Sigu to help us out on that one. That guy seems to be really good
Yeah.
at that stuff.
Well, you remember Uber Clay. I mean, there was talk.
Was
Yeah. The
Nothing
R2,
serious.
or well, I don't know if it's the R2. The R, there is something that exists, and probably will be implemented to the R3. There's a drop-in auto sear option. MB keeps talking about doing the anvil for a forced reset.
I was gonna say you could probably get
he's
Pemby to just go full hog into this one. Right?
Yeah. There are lots of options. The shoestring concept really,
Yeah, that one.
yeah, the shoestring concept works really, really well with the Recession Ruger, especially with a charging handle. So it's out there, and with the latest revolution, it's I printed one. It is phenomenal. Files drop Friday. Pick it
What
up.
you're saying
give it a
is
shot.
this is potentially the new Sten gun.
I mean, it is. So when I look at GunCAD as a landscape, you want your designs to be cheap, attainable, and modifiable, or make it your own. Right? The Recession Ruger has always fulfilled all of those options, like in spades. And so, P89, P85, P95 kits, still, $100 on Gun Broker, and you have lots of options to have some fun with those. Glock mags. There is a Ruger Mag V2, and it to me, it is what GunCAD represents, because in America, anyways, not for people outside of America, but I'm very appreciative of what it's turned into, and seeing all the remixes and where it's gone. My little stupid brain fart, 2-3 years ago, has really, in my mind, has surpassed anything I ever thought was possible.
So, like, in theory, for $1,000 or like $1,200, you're saying that you could arm like 10 homeless people with Recession Rugers and like make your own tiny like little army.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Do they make threaded barrels for like Ruger stuff?
See, that is a problem. If you have a machine shop, GunTuber, I am talking to you right now. If you have a machine shop and you want to make threaded Ruger barrels, there's a market for that, and I would gladly pay you in US dollars to make that. So right now, no, but maybe in the future, yes.
It's like, I'm imagining, like, okay, if I want to like really like build this thing out, throw a suppressor on an auto sear, and then,
I know.
like this could. you could almost make like a little faction, a little militia that would just terrify, literally terrify so many local PDs right now if you were to go with that route. I would never suggest such a thing like that because I back the blue. But, that is a very interesting thought process to go through.
Yes.
No, yeah, I remember the V3. Oh, yeah, I think the V3 is probably... Oh, that one is that still in beta currently, or where is that one?
So let's see, what are we talking about? The
V3.
Yeah, the V3.
The V3 is going to drop Friday.
Oh, well, okay, that's
the V2.
There we go. There we go. Tomorrow.
I have printed it. I have, I've sit there and
I'd hope so.
I mean, it's really above and beyond the V2. The V2 is what released. I mean, July of last year, and it will continue to be one of the most remixed and built upon platforms, I think, of GunCAD because it's so
cheap.
readily available. It's so cheap. And it just works. These slides, these parts, they're tanks.
The way they look like, yeah, you better believe.
Are we gonna get a Mauser version?
Oh, what's that?
Are we gonna get a Mauser version? The Wowser?
Oh shit! So
yeah, we need that.
There's all kinds of V1. there is already some V1 Mauser versions.
Yes, I know.
Maybe, and Sten mags, M3 mags for the P90. I mean, the sky's the limit, right?
Yeah. If Unseen Killers are involved, there's probably Sten mags. That man loves Sten mags. I've seen.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I mean,
it is a solid mag.
Version.
I think Glock mags are just better. I'm gonna be the controversial one. I'm gonna be the dick here. I'm gonna say I think Glock mags are just better.
And you deserve all the misfortune that befalls you.
I just think Glock mags are just a better design. But
listen, guys, all I have to say is the Mauser version needs to be made because that's Iraq veteran 8888's favorite one.
Oh,
favorite 3D printing.
God, I can't wait for that range day. I'm looking forward to that one. Oh boy, I love. Yeah, I'm going to bring my Jericho to talk to the IWI guys. Those guys are my favorite. But no, yeah. No, what I really like about the Recession Ruger too is it's one of those it's one of those things where I wonder how that moment must have happened when Ivan was doing the weird disgusting Walther PPK frame thing where just the AR-15 fire control group is just an extremely versatile thing where if you would have told me that AR-15 hammer could just fit in most of every single hammer fired gun slides
incredible.
Is actually insane I guess you can do it. It just seems like quite literally anything that's a hammer fired gun can just take an AR-15 hammer. That also means
a 1/4-inch slot is a pretty common and it's just a good size end mill to put to metal. And so that's why that generally tends to work out.
1/4-inch overall just is so common with any building material, even lumber, everything's in 1/4-inch.
All I have to think though is that must mean that there's probably a high power version of that type of frame that Ivan will never release because the high power is his baby. So if someone wanted to really make Ivan upset, you could probably do that.
Stop giving away my secrets.
I love it how we've all probably... This is just one of those things that everyone was thinking, but no one wanted to say out loud. But all right. Anyways, I guess, do you want anything else to add to that one, or do you want to, I guess, go to the next one for Clay?
No, it's fine. Just, FYI, we got R3 files dropping this Friday, and check them out, because, it's going to be a step above the R2. It's got a dope-ass charging handle, and I printed one. They're, it's stellar. Let's just put it that way. Stellar.
Well, I better print one then.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess someone also mentioned something about, what was it? Doesn't this also work with striker fires too? Yes, in a very goofy and silly way, yes, but not exactly, but yes, kind of. You could turn some striker fires to hammer fired somehow. But I guess we go to the next one. Speaking of Ivan, the NS3, isn't this his stock? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's the pick rail
Yes.
stock, multi-part, hyper adjustable. It's just a good stock.
Yeah, I remember. It's
Thought
like
out.
Great design. Great design.
Yeah.
like that's the nice thing about like a lot of the printed stuff for me is like, yeah, stocks and braces particularly, because you're never going to see me spend like $100 on a cope device like that. But like the stocks too are pretty good too. Like I think that one also has like a little bit of cheek adjustment as well. It looks a lot like what he did for the Set Me stock that he kind of, I think it was one of his like edited versions, which I guess is now like fully into fruition. But if I remember correctly, it uses like a couple of like M3 screws, right? I think you could buy the parts kit too on MAF using this is not a coupon code, by the way. But what was it again, Pew? Like it's like a bunch of like M3 like screws.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of bolts and springs.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, use the code AGCast or Control Pew or Dr. Death.
Oh,
or
did mine finally get changed?
I think we all have codes.
Oh, okay.
I
thought
what was your code before?
mine was this is not a discount code, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. I'll go change. Well, yeah. Okay. No. I remember now. That's your code for life. You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah. This is not a discount code.
This is not a discount code. Control Pew, Dr. Death, or Uber Clay. I think we all have codes. If not, let me know and I'll sort it out. But
I don't have a code, but that's okay.
I'll get
if you want to give me one, I will shill the hell.
You should shill mine instead.
You get
No.
He deserves his own code.
Hey, everybody should buy off of MAF Corp. I have 2 of their uppers, and I can tell you for a fact they are the smoothest Mac uppers that have ever been built, and I love them, and I sleep with them every night.
Using
every
coupon
one
code
that we ship.
Using coupon code. This is not a discount code. Is the only one you should use. But yeah, no. This is again a nice little stock option. Use the Picatinny rail. Was there a brace variant too, or is it just stock?
I think it's only a stock. I don't remember offhand.
I was going to say I don't actually know. Ivan kind of gets his own.
Ivan has special rules for Ivan stuff.
Yeah, Ivan as Ivan.
Well, the nice thing about Ivan, like betas too, are almost always his betas are practically just done. It's just him trying to see people to break things, which is
nothing is going to go wrong.
Like for Ivan, his beta is primarily proofing out the instructions.
Yeah, no, that's why for the Set Me one, I still find it great of how bad my barrel's pressed. It was more of like wow, I've never seen it this bad before. Great, I'm going to put this in the documentation, which was really nice.
Yeah.
And, like, it's more
you got your own special page.
I got my own special page that will live on forever. Of like, wow, this is how you don't press the barrel. And it's a nice thing of like an Ivan beta is basically going to work. It's just more of like okay, how can someone really just mess this up? Like I just need the dumbest people possible for this, just to like see what's the worst that could happen. And I will gladly, I will always offer my abilities for those type of betas because they are fun. But no, yeah, it's a good little stock too, I guess. The next one I didn't realize actually released. This is a good one though. This is a fun one. This is the Cox Cheap Universal Monocular by Skeletor.
Say it right.
What? Okay, I'll let you say it then.
Say it right.
You could say it.
It's
then.
the Coxcomb.
What?
It's the Coxcomb.
I am not surprised that this is exactly what he went for, but this is not what's spelled out in front of me, all right? This says the Cox Cheap Universal Monocular. Right. I was wondering why they say universal, I guess. If I remember correctly, this is using like FPV drone cameras, if I remember right.
Yeah, low light cameras. Really small, really lightweight. Works pretty well by all accounts.
Of course, it's not going to be a PVS 14 or whatever, but it's like let's just be real about this. You're doing this to LARP. You're just doing it for funny. You're just doing it for fun. And if I remember correctly, this one's super cheap to build.
It is. It is super cheap to build.
The next time,
what?
Sorry.
We're all somewhere. We're all going somewhere with this, but I guess I'll just say I think like it was like about like remember the build price was somewhere around like 200, if not a little bit less.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Sorry, it's about 250. Last time I looked at all the pricing from all the Chinese components, that's before tariffs. But yeah, it's a pretty solid build. You could build it to LARP. The next time I get to do a night vision match, I am going to run this with a PVS on a dual tube like Bino rig.
That would be.
I would like to say. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say that would be interesting, but no, go ahead and say something by all means.
Well, everyone says like, oh, to LARP, but like the average gun owner does not own night vision. I mean, like the normal person out there does not have night vision. They don't have nods, and everyone's like, oh, well, if you're running IRs, you're gonna be like a spotlight out there, and it's like, to who? Like to who though?
To me,
the
sitting
10 guys who own nods.
But let's be real. Those 10 guys owning nods are just
open
circle jerking themselves on Instagram, man.
No,
Right, we're all just looking at each other jerking it under nods. That's how that works.
You know, but no, they're going to be out there and they're going to pop up and they're going to fire off a couple of rounds and then 50 bullets are going to head their way because you can see muzzle flash. You know,
it's like, the only thing better than night vision is really, really good electronic ear pro.
Yes.
Because you can hear so much just sitting in the woods.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Swordins are so damn good. Like Swordins are when you like go above walkers, dear god, it is a night and day difference.
No, like I was like deer hunting, and there was this deer and it didn't have night vision and it was just walking along and I was like, oh, there you are, pop.
You just decided to kill Bambi, man? What the hell's wrong with you?
I always kill Bambi. I love hunting.
Yeah, Bambi is delicious.
He is.
Bambi is delicious.
Or she.
And I get agricultural tags too, so I get lots of Bambis.
I want to shoot hogs. But no, yeah, this one's, from what I remember too, the old Texas hog meta is night vision. Everyone has night vision now. You just basically go at night for like just to murder a bunch of hogs. That being like, yeah, really, who cares? The hogs don't care. You just need some way to look at night. And that is sort of what this is more or less for. Let's be real. The crackhead breaking into your home is not going to have night vision. You could still have everything turned where a nice little kill switch to your breaker. Whenever someone breaks into the home, you can just pull everything off and just be in complete darkness. And this will be a wonderful thing to have.
Sector tested this by coyote hunting and did fantastic, so go for it, especially if you're a hunter. I mean, this is fantastic and it's cheap.
And I think that's the bigger thing too, is it's cheap for enough for anyone to basically build. The barrier to entry is quite small, I would say. But I guess aside from that, we can go to the next one, which I'll gladly talk about for the next one. This is our favorite Brazilian parrot boy, the Urutau, that was released. The Urutau is a bullpup direct blowback design. It takes some cues from, I would say, like the FGC9, but it's done its own. I would never call it a bullpup FGC9. That's just not correct.
It's too reductive.
Yeah, it's got it's like trigger mechanism is like a weird cassette thing. It's interesting on how it functions. It's got like a little cool trigger pack. Really, the one thing I would say that's like FGC9 like is that it doesn't have an extractor and it has the fun little like lever ejector system that's been around for a while. But aside from that, it is a fun gun to shoot. I will say, this is one of those opportunities where I will mention again, math is a great situation for this one because, oh my god, every issue I had was not from math, that's for sure. Once I get the math barrel, things have gotten a lot better.
I for math.
Yeah.
I for math.
Yeah, no,
math, use the codes.
Math.
Oh god, I run into this issue too where the firing pin I got was also, not only was the bolt bad, but the firing pin is a special level of weak steel already where it bent, because the bolt broke and bent in a goofy way, now the firing pin is bent in a very bad way. Where I'm like, oh.
Also buy the math kit because we've redesigned the bolt.
Yeah, the bolt is completely redesigned in a way that... So the way the original bolt was designed was weldless, where you could drill a hole through it and you basically put a pin in it. That works great if you're drilling straight, but if you mess up a little bit, you can cause a little bit of a variance. And then you mess up really bad, then you can cause it to like it'll bevel out and then bend the firing pin, like what happened to me. The math bolt basically is a bolt together one, and it is very convenient, a lot nicer in that way. It will not move. One of the nice things, but the Urtao, it's very interesting because it's gotten a lot of press coverage too. And I will say this too. I've talked to the parrot about him, like about this himself. He told me explicitly, I would never say that the Urtao is easier to build than an FGC9. It's not, and it's different. There are some aspects for it for sure that are different, that are easier. Like for me, the bolt itself is easier in that there is less for you to drill through. So for the FGC9, you have to go through. Oh goodness, was it 150 millimeters of like mild steel or something? It's a lot more steel. And for the Urtao, it's about 50 millimeters, which is a lot easier and a lot like for you to drill out that firing pin hole. Much easier to do, and it's for DIY stuff. It is a lot easier to do. That being said, though, is and
that's also if you're just doing the whole thing yourself, which doesn't really happen all that often, unfortunately.
I mean, especially in the U.S., it really is. For me, I tried sourcing everything on my own before I bought everything, and roughly I was running to basically the same price math was charging.
Everybody cheats, and then you can just buy the kit.
Well, the thing with it was just one of those things where, for me, the big thing always was weld options for sure. If it's welded, it's already like that labor itself is its own pain in the ass. But basically with the Urtao, I was running into the issue where whenever I was trying to like source the steel on my own, it just ended up being cheaper. Like it just ended up being roughly around the same price as the parts kit, and it's just like, well, it just is what it is. Like, all right, I'll just do it like this. But that being said, though, is you can still easily do it without it. It is. I'll say this: for my original FGC9, I went through a lot of steel. I messed up quite a lot. And going through the the Urtao documentation, it also has very, very good documentation where it talks a lot about the troubleshooting for a lot of the things too. Good documentation. Honestly, the one, its core quite literally is that it's a bullpup, and it comes with bullpup problems of, well, if you do have a jam, then like opening it and clearing is kind of, the bullpup problem. You have fun like tabs that can open it up and like split it in half, where it actually isn't too bad to like clear malfunction. It's just like it's not as simple as just dropping the Maggie, just getting a screwdriver and pulling it out. It's a little bit more work, but such is life as a bullpup. Bullpup trigger wise, I'd say it's like better. It's in between like, a stock AUG and like, I wouldn't like a stock AUG and a Tavor. Tavor is worse, but it's a little bit like it's
gross.
Gross.
Tavor's gross.
It's got a mush to it, but it's not terrible. It doesn't use like an AR-15 fire control group. It uses its own completely unique 3D printed one. Everything about it is basically completely DIY-able, where you can do it quite literally in a favela in Brazil. It honestly is.
I wonder why that is.
I wonder why it is indeed. But
I don't know.
Out of all of like a lot of the DIY designs I've shot, it probably is one of the softest shooting ones too, just because of there's something about the way the bolt works too. It's very inline as well, and it also has one of my favorite features, which is basically the weight mass forward of the gun. So like it almost acts as a counterbalance to it. So whenever you shoot it, it just shoots just really flat. It's a very fun gun to shoot. But I guess I'll allow you guys to Uber Clay and Dr. Death if you guys want to talk about the beta process. And I mean, Pew, if you want to talk about, sort of what MAF did with their bolt too.
I would like to say that the Urtao always has a special place in my heart because that is the very first beta project that I ever opened up.
Really?
So it has been in beta for 2 years, for several years.
Yeah, actually, it has
and
been.
Yeah, but that's because they wanted to make sure that it was right. Good old, the parrot. He wanted to make sure that everything was good. He went through so many thousands of rounds of testing and revisions, and then things were getting pulled, and then we were putting things back in. And originally, it was an Aussie double project, and then they cut it out because, whatever. But so then we took it over, which I'm proud to do because I think it's a fantastic project. And I just
Agreed.
recently saw that it is showing up in conflict zones.
It just showed up in a police build
Yep.
or a police raid in
Yeah.
New Zealand too.
Yeah, there you
I've been
go.
talking to Parrot for a while, ever since it first was going through it, and like it, because I guess he saw it of the FGC 9 stuff, so it was interesting, like telling him all the troubleshooting issues I was running into, like a lot of the a lot of the ejection issues were like just this sort of the nature of just when you don't have a built-in like DIY extractor, you don't have an extractor ejector system. So I was like, oh yeah, the firing pin length, but you probably want to like take a look at that because that also like it's one of those things where it you don't think it matters as much until like it does. God, but
I would also like to say that the assembly manual is my personal favorite because I coordinated with Vega on that one, and it's a little more spicy than most of our assembly manuals.
a bit of me too. Also wants to I should also mention too, it wasn't also just Parrot. There was also another guy, RF Smith. That guy put in an insane amount of effort. Like, Parrot's the one that everyone knows.
Yes.
And he's more of the face for it.
Smith 28.
RS Smith 28
unsung hero
was the guy behind the
Always
scenes.
like to stay low key.
Oh, I mean, I don't like. It was one of those things where like, I should just mention him, but like he always seems like the guy that just kind of wants to stay a little bit behind the scenes. But I will mention that guy did an insane amount of work behind the scenes. Like all the issues I had with drilling the bolt, which I was talking to the Parrot about it specifically. It's like, I know R. Smith was just a good machinist. This just never came up for him.
Yeah,
like he just was a really good machinist. And some of the issues that I was running into, just he wasn't coming into. So like that guy is an actual just a beast when it comes to these things. Like he just is really good at building and really, I want to say, pushed it to the finish line. If anything else, this probably wouldn't have been released if it wasn't for how much work he did to like Parrot would come up with a revision, he would build it, and then just start going through and fixing it up and running. Tell him all the issues he ran into, and it was just they were a good team for sure.
Agreed.
But this is one of my favorite builds, I think, too. It's just so I know how much work he put into it too, and how much like this was his big thing that he wants for, if anything else. I'm looking forward to see if they'll do any revisions to it, like do the extractor ejector combo. But it was one of those things where it was like get the design to the finish line first, and then worry about like doing the remixes afterwards. Don't do mission creep, which is kind of one of those issues where I think some projects go to die, if anything else, is the mission creep of, well, what if I had an extractor that, but I haven't really tested, but let me go try to figure this out. You already have a functioning design, but like I have to keep making it better until it's perfect. But
don't turn your project into Barkley 2. Like, just keep it simple and then move from there.
Make something.
Hey, G,
go ahead.
Could I, weigh in on a hot take?
Oh, please, by all means.
This project.
Go right ahead.
I mean, are we cool yet? They bowed out when this project went to release, and I was very disappointed at the reaction that they had, because it's a little over the top, but what is stated in the second, I'm sorry, at the
man,
the new Second Amendment that
yes
that is stated.
I've been asked about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these to where it's kind of like, are you going to stand for what you believe in, or are you going to, you're going to try to lay low because you think you're going to get repercussions? I think that, are we cool yet, man? At that moment, now maybe that's changed and that's not the same as today, but I don't know if that's true. But at that time, V8 was very vocal at, take us off of this release because he was worried. That is cowardice. That is cowardice, in my opinion. And I think that if you're not willing to stand up for what you believe, in the 3D 2A space, you can go fuck yourself. It's basically where I stand.
Well, there's a
and,
new
you know.
T-shirt. There's a new T-shirt.
Oh, there's a new T-shirt. Let me go tell my guy to do my Mr. Shirt sell. Or let me go tell my shirts man immediately after this. That'll be a fun one for. But no, I mean,
So, you know,
a big thing for me.
V8 Twin. Go fuck yourself.
Yes.
Well, I'll just say this because I talked to Parrot when that happened, and I remember he was the thing with the Parrot too is again, he lives in Brazil. He's a Brazilian developer.
No, he doesn't. He lives in Texas.
Oh, he lives in Texas. No, that's wonderful. I'm glad he moved. But
No, he lives in China.
Damn it, Ag.
Guys, he lives in China.
Yeah, China. He lives in the Philippines.
oh, he's a Filipino.
Malaysia.
Well,
Malaysia.
the point is this.
God's sakes, Ag.
The main thing is he was very confused when, like, I remember when this whole, when like basically he learned about the separation on Twitter of all places. Like he learned that he was removed from that like on Twitter, which was very confusing. And he was just like, I don't know what's going on. Like and I remember like, I was like, he was messaging me, was like, what do I do? It's like, I honestly can't tell you. I don't know what I can tell you about this. Like it
You want to know what I told him?
What?
I told him nothing of value was lost.
I told him, ultimately, dude, it's like people care about the design anyways. People will just, like, I support you in what you're doing. I think it's a cool project, and I think a lot of people will support you. It's a cool project. If people are giving you shit, probably not worth it too. Not worth it to care too much. But yeah, I always like, I don't want to.
It was a silly thing. It was a jealousy thing. I was involved in all of the discussions and stuff, and it more or less turned out that they thought that he was getting too close with the catalog, and then, Aussie wanted to split off and kind of do their own thing. And so they cut that project.
Personality bullshit.
Yeah, that's all that it was.
Point or purpose here.
It didn't make any sense because we'd already done dual releases. Like we did the Apple Pie and, those pump action ARs. Like we did that already. We made it work. Everything was working out fine. And
something changed.
I got along with their beta manager and something switched up. And I don't know what because I'm not in that group. But
again, the thing that was the personalities involved didn't like how things were going anymore. They changed their mind, and that's how, when you have that sort of personality business going on, that's sort of how that plays out. It's a sudden, now everything's going to be violent.
Yeah.
And, awkward for everyone. So that's, that's just how things play out. And that's how the drama.
No, you're completely right. Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, look, I've always tried to avoid to bringing up most of the stuff, like, forever. However, like, it's one of these cases where, like, ultimately, it was something that it just ended up happening where, like, it's kind of impossible to talk about the release without mentioning it in a way, because it was initially announced as a dual beta. Yeah, and then
it was a dual beta.
Yeah, and
I had to fight for that.
That's the whole reason I even got involved. Is I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna like bring it together. Well,
I had to fight for that, and I mean, I got pushback.
I remember I was talking.
The person that we're talking about.
Well, I mean, also remember you telling me about it too. Like Dr. Death was like, you were telling me, it's like, I know. It's like, 'cause I remember that was something that we were talking about. Like, I'm glad to see that there's more collaboration stuff. Things are really, things are looking good, and people are just, at this point now, we're just talking about the design. We're talking about the designs and who, it's. All the things of the past are gone, and people just care about what's cool. People making cool things, and then here we are now, where it was just. Honestly, it just kind of came out of nowhere. And someone was mentioning, was it because it's a full auto? So actually, the release is in semi-automatic because full auto was running into some issues, and it's just more testing needs to be done before some changes can be made for the full auto version to be considered worthy of being released. But yeah, I just remember because again, like the Parrot just wanted this to be a big thing where like everyone can just agree that this is a good design and get it out to as many eyes as possible. There's no drama involved. This is just sort of how all gun groups should be thinking about. Like, I mean,
it is. Great example of exactly that.
And like that's sort of the sad part about it too, because like it couldn't have happened to just such a good, like such a nice person as well. Like someone who literally did everything they could to just avoid any sort of conflict about it, tried their best to mediate things behind the scenes as possible, and just try to, like, you know,
Yes.
make this into a
Yes.
unifying thing. And just for him to kind of get attacked like that, it did, I mean, it did
Yeah.
bother me quite a bit too. Just like, again,
Was-
he's just,
Made,
I mean,
you know,
the core of
pleased.
all of these issues is, you know,
Yeah.
trying to handle an issue like adults on the internet where everyone behaves like
Yeah.
a child is not, you know, not a great, it rarely ever works out in the favor of, you know, whoever is being more reasonable.
well, okay,
You know, the hype and drama gets started.
I see.
But I want to put a note in here for like prospective developers coming in who want to, you know, do fun projects and don't want to get you know, caught up in the drama. But all I can say is don't worry about it too much. You don't have to go release projects with a group like the Catalog or with Aussie or BLC. You could do it on your own if you want to.
I mean, Nopal does it.
What's that?
Nope, the guy Nopal, the guy does the belt-fed
Yeah.
Gatling gun stuff. He does it on his own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
The reason that you might consider using a group like the Catalog, and I'll mention the Catalog because this is the group that I'm most, you know, most comfortable with, is primarily because they have a good standard for releases. It's a nice package. They're a trusted sort of organization for thorough and complete documentation, which is really, really important when you go to build a gun and have no idea how to put it together.
Well,
Yes.
I will say something.
Yeah.
I see Unseen Killer saying, "Do you want to hear what I was told?" By all means, go ahead and say it. I guess I don't.
go ahead.
I don't want to.
I don't know.
I don't want to like hold on to too much to this because again, for me, it's sort of one of those things where let's just be real at this point. No one actually cares. It's sort of like
nobody cares.
Nobody
It's the
cares.
people that are involved.
Yeah,
That's it.
Unseen DM us because I want to know the behind the scenes, but
I do.
we should move on.
yeah. We'll just
I
move on.
agree.
We'll
I
just
agree.
move on. But yeah.
I will say that the ideal scenario is that we have planned obsolescence. We are
Obsolescence.
planned to be obsolete because we have conveyed the documentation and, you know, the expectation forward. So, you know, we don't have to all be catalog. We can be independent. We can be whoever. It's you know, the format and, you know, what the expectation is moving forward. You know, it doesn't. The biggest challenge I have is, I'll be honest with you, is many of the Are We Cool Yet and independent developers having substandard release expectations.
Well,
And
wait,
That's always been the thing.
Just allow me to. I was going to bring this up too because I see it right now as well. But yeah, he was saying about the round count one. I remember that was the official reason why it was stated, and the round count thing was actually just insane. It was not the round count. If I remember correctly, it was quite literally V8 was just changing he was just sliding the rules just so it would become harder and harder to the point where it was just never good enough. I remember what it was. It was insane. I think it was, oh goodness, but it was sort of like that was the excuse, was it was some sort of thing with a round count, but the issue was it was something different. But ultimately
It's just, who cares?
It's one of those things that is
that matters to us.
This is lore that
That's
matters
it.
to the people
That's
who
it.
just don't care. Like, just to everyone else, the guy who built it in New Zealand didn't care. The guy who is, you know, building in Australia doesn't care. Most people
And
just
the
don't
Russian
care.
building it, shooting at the Ukrainians doesn't care. The Ukrainian building it, shooting at the Russians also doesn't care.
It's one of these things where, like, we as people who are involved to it and people who are just kind of aware of the people involved, yeah, of course, will, like, it's one of those things where I guess the only reason why I'm even bringing this up to now is just because I know this was a thing back then that came up and some people were just genuinely interested. So I'll just go ahead and say some of the stuff about it. But I had people from Aussie mention to me about specifically the round count thing, and it just is not true. It is sort of one of those things where just things didn't really line up. But then again, well, I'm not going to go any more deeper into it because it is just literally not worth it. Let's go on to the next one, though. And that is the Amigo Grande. And this one is another fun one, as I built the Set Me.
Beautiful.
I built the Set Me version, or the Set Me L. This is the Set Me C, if I remember correctly. This is the
Yep.
556.
This is Set Me L. The 308C, this is the 556, the semi-L.
And yeah, so the 556 is semi-L.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so this is the semi-L one. The semi-C is the Amigo Grande. This is the Verde. This one, if I remember correctly, is also a lot easier to build too. If I remember correctly, the barrel pressing thing on this one is significantly easier, right?
Yeah. So the Spanish took the semi-C from the Germans.
Scientists.
Right, the German scientists, and then they Spanished it a little bit, so it became a little less precise. And then they said, we're just going to do our own thing entirely, and they made a whole different system for the semi-C, or the semi-L, rather. And they made some improvements as far as, like, sanity when building, so there's, like, little stop shelves inside of the trunnion and on the barrel, to like, so you can't press it further than you have to. So head spacing becomes pretty trivial. It's easier to do. Yeah.
Well,
it's a much easier build if you're doing it yourself from a kit that you bought somewhere, like a flea market or something.
No, yeah, it's like if you were, because I remember, what was it, Sarko's parts kits for when that set me first, like the set me parts kits. Oh god, I think I picked mine up for like, probably like $100 if anything. And I spent more money on the barrel than I spent on the actual like parts kits itself, because of course the barrels was the most. I think another thing too with the barrel as well. If you guys want to know about the fun joys of what is it, 971R or whatever the hell it is, whatever the import law thing is. If you use like the European barrel for some reason, that's
922R.
922R, it's like a machine gun, or like, oh god, if it's a machine gun barrel, it's always a machine gun, so it's a machine gun, or it's like you're breaking some sort of felony type of thing. Usually the excuse around it, and it's sort of, I'm not sure if it's like an actual set rule, but it's like if you just get an American barrel, it's usually fine. But that is...
Yeah, I mean, the 922 says you have to use a certain number of American parts in your gun. So it only matters, generally speaking, it only matters if you're like doing some fun registration thing, like if you're building a machine gun, or building an SBR or something, or you tell on yourself. That's another how they get you with 922R.
Yeah, like, let's just be real. There's no way you're gonna tell. No one's gonna actually like inspect your barrel and like take a look at how the grooves are, and like, wait a second, this can't be a brand new manufactured American barrel.
See that shatter mark halfway down the rifling groove? That's a Russian barrel. That's how you know it's Russian.
Yeah, like it's the only way you're gonna find out is by like seeing it, like actually just telling on yourself, really. But I won't say that.
No one's ever been charged on 922R, have they? Like, no normal.
There must be some.
I'm assuming it was like probably like one of those additional charges of like the guy getting caught with like selling drugs, just so happened to like get a parts kit or something. But I doubt.
Yeah. It'd have to be some sort of extenuating.
Yeah, like it's. I can't imagine someone like going that far. Because I think, what was it? Wasn't it like the same thing too with like the same guy? Oh, it was like the guy who got the one that people always bring up of the guy who had a malfunction, where his like AR-15 was like shooting in full auto. And like the only reason why he got caught, like the only reason why he got in trouble for it, was like he was telling everyone, "Hey guys, look at my AR-15. You could shoot in full auto. You want to buy my full auto AR?"
That's the Olympic Arms guy.
Yeah, like it wasn't because like you don't go to prison because your gun had a malfunction. You go to prison when you keep announcing that your gun has a malfunction, and you try to make it as the major selling point of why you should buy my like illegal my gun that's malfunctioning that shoots in full auto. Like that. God, there's so much BS fun lore that like terrified me when I was first building a gun.
Here's how you get arrested for 922R, right? You have a machine gun that you show everyone on Twitter, and you're Aaron Bell in chat.
Really?
I was gonna say rip my boy Freeman, but anyways. Anyways, yeah, the Amigo Verde, Franco did a lot of cool things, and the Set Me L was one of the cool ones too. It's probably one of it's it's a cool little 5.56 gun that's not a DI gun, or it's not an AR-18. It's a unique gun that's fun to shoot. But yeah, I would say a bit of me just kind of wants one just because I think they're cool looking guns. And in Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the footage you're all watching right now, it is actually a very good gun in this one. It's one of the best ones in the game. But in that case, you can go to Math and buy a good parts kits there too.
We're actually out. We're sold out of parts kits.
Really? That's a shame.
Of course, because
We've
they're
got-
the best.
Yeah, we've got barrels still. We've got the fastener kits. But if you want to build a SetMeL, you're going to have to buy the SetMeL kit yourself, harvest the bits you need, and then put it all together.
Oh boy, Sarko it is. Okay. But no, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fun... Again, I built the SetMe-C. That's a joy, but it seems like the SetMeL is infinitely easier to build in that case. So don't go in the expectation think it's an AR-15. I remember actually, I do remember this very well. This is one of the few conversations I had with Matt from Fudbusters when I was building the SetMeL, and I told him, "Oh yeah, I just thought it'd be like an AR-18 or like AR-10." And he just looked. I remember he just kind of told me, "Are you stupid? Are you retarded? Why the hell would you ever think that?" That's
I told
the
Matt
dumbest
that
thing.
you were afraid of him.
That was the reason why. That's when I learned. that was when it happened. Because I had just built my FGC9, and that was like the only gun I had. And then I was trying to build the SetMeL or SetMe-C, and he was just.
The SetMeL is also very important because the barrel has a notch, which lets you line up the trunnion so much easier.
Yeah, that wasn't there.
With,
the fact
not
that
the SetMeL. I'm sorry, the Amigo Grande. The SetMe-C.
I didn't remember. That was not true at all.
No.
It was way harder.
The SetMe-C is super easy because there is a notch, and you can just line that up with the trunnion and pound that pin in.
That is not the
And then-
SetMeL. The SetMe, I mean, not the SetMe-C. The one that
C.
Yeah, no, that is
No,
you're
the
describing the
SetMeL.
SetMeL.
Yeah.
I flipped them.
Yeah, no, the
sorry.
308, the 308 one. You got to get a drill
Bullet
press.
bourbon's gotten to me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you have to use a drill press for the 308 one, and that I just made this. I made the stupid assumption of saying the 308 is it has to be basically the same as an AR-10, and that made him very very
We
upset.
all thought a little less of you that day.
I just it was one of those days where I'm like, okay, note to self, and just never talk to Matt like ever. But that was
He has an intense personality.
that being said, though, I learned then too was a proper improper seating of my barrel seat had caused the barrel to push out more, and my SetMeL, the one I made the video with too, was shooting slightly out of battery and getting worse and worse each time. Which Ivan was so amazed that it was so bad. Like, he was like, "Holy crap! You were shooting, like, do you understand what was going on?" Like, no. It's like, you have been shooting out of battery every single time. The fact that, like, my friend, he was so amazed. Like, it was one of those, like, TISM moments where, like, you could tell, like, he wanted to, like, he wasn't sure whether to be upset or not, but, like, it was one of those moments, like, holy crap, my frame can handle shooting out of battery so well. That's incredible. Okay, that's all that broke? Oh, wow, you are really lucky. That's insane. Even I wasn't going to test Even I wasn't going to test that far. Okay. Yeah, no, send me the barrel. Let me fix that thing. And that was what. And now my barrel is still in the shop. But aside from that, yeah, the Amigo Verde, a fun one. Yeah, Amigo Verde is a fun one. Let's go to the next one, which is another fun one. This is an Immortal Revolt one, which I will kind of bring up for this one. This, I mentioned, what was it? The 99 is the easiest version of the FGC9. I would say the Rebel 9 or the Rogue 9 is probably the next logical conclusion of the FGC9.
Here you go, Uber Clay. I hand the torch over.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah,
come on,
okay.
This was you. This was breaking your cherry. Come on, you did it.
Jesus Christ. The Rogue 9, it is a fucking landmark. It is a beachhead. It is a so
it's an evolution of the FGC
is.
design.
Well, yeah.
It's an evolution of the FGC9. The jig work is beautiful. It is far and away a departure, from what we've seen in the DIY space. It has a DIY integrally suppressed barrel using a moose can, which is unbelievable.
That's insane. Like, that one baffles me.
Unbelievable. And, really what Immortal Revolt is doing in the printable jig space is there is no comparison. It is top shelf. It is beyond what anyone else is doing. I challenge you to find someone that has focused the 3DP space on what is able to be accomplished with those 3D printed jigs in the barrel and in the bolt and subsequent accessories.
No, yeah, and for me, the big thing too with it too is like there are just so many quality of life things. Like there's an out of battery protection to it, which is pretty nice. People like that. It has a DIY extractor and ejector like thing, which is also again a very nice quality of life. When you have a malfunction, it's really nice that when you just charge the bolt, the bullet comes out. It's really, really nice, and you don't realize it until it's gone. But like there's other things too, a nice little progressive spring that helps with, the recoil management. It's a bufferless design. Honestly, it is what is basically the next logical conclusion of a fully DIY, design. I remember talking to the parrot, and the way he described it to me too is, I like the Ortal, but like if I were like, a real like rebel fighting, like if I were a Myanmar rebel, I would probably build like a Rogue knife. Because he's like, it is a just fantastic design, fantastic frame. Honestly, a lot of huge things have been done with it that really, honestly, I'd like to see more and more things done with. Again, the extractor and ejector thing it's such a small thing, but it is such a useful thing when it comes to reliability.
It does. It makes a huge difference.
No, yeah.
And
yeah, go ahead.
The ingenuity is top shelf.
No, yeah. And I remember it. I remember this one coming out too. So this one is the one that uses Glock mags. There's one that just released actually too. That is the other one. It's the Rebel 9. That one uses, I think, Sten mags or something. But again, if I were today just trying to build, let's just say, the best fully DIY gun, the Rogue 9, the Rogue 9 would be probably my choice. Of if I had everything, all the tools and everything, I would do it. That being said, though, I will just add one thing to it: it is a little more complicated than a normal FGC 9. The jigs do help quite a lot. It makes it significantly easier. That being said, though, it still is a little bit more challenging. There's a little more of a process to it. You are machining something, but luckily, again, there are jigs there to help you. It really, I'm glad to see this one release. I remember, what was it? Before this, it wasn't the Rogue 9. It was his other one before, the Partisan 9. The Partisan 9 was, again, another one that came out that was kind of like a successor to the FGC 9, but it was still kind of similar enough where it didn't have a lot of the nice quality of life things. The Partisan 9 V2 was the one that had the extractor and ejector combo thing, and I don't remember where that one finished, but it seems like a lot of the things from the Partisan 9 V2 basically got implemented into the Rogue 9. And that's honestly a really nice thing, a really good thing, really. And again, if I just wanted to build the best DIY design, that's the one. But I'm not sure if anyone else wants to add to that one. I mean, again, Immortal Revolt is probably he's been pushing things. Probably one of the farthest out of a lot of the developers. Again, him and Parrot have been really kind of, I feel like, reminding people in the community a lot of the fully DIY space, that there is this is still what people really do value and really do appreciate.
No, I as Americans, we get spoiled.
We
right?
do, 100%.
And we don't appreciate what is going on with the Urutau and with some of the DIY builds. Doc, interrupt me when you're ready.
Well,
To the Urutau builder, this document serves as an open letter to the compliment, or as a compliment to the Urutau. There is something known as the triple constraint. The purpose of this section is to communicate the design's objectives, which laid the foundations for the FGC9. What the triple constraint is: Objective 1, practicality of manufacturing processes. Objective 2, invulnerability to state intervention. Objective 3, competitiveness to modern standards. And what we see, I mean, we're spoiled, right? We got parts kits build every day of the week. But we are not in Brazil. We're not in Europe. We're not in Russia. We're not in South America. This is what we have to design for, engineer for, produce for.
And there are 3 guys who are really committed to this DIY, like fully DIY space, right? And it was Stark, that our parrot friend, and Immortal, and that's really it. Like, and people, I'll get this question.
Heroes.
Yeah, I'll get this question pretty frequently. Why aren't there more DIY guns? Why aren't there more fully DIY guns? Because they're hard.
Yeah.
It's a lot more difficult than just, look at this frame for this clock I made.
Yeah, I remember.
So
Which the work on the Glocks has been done since FMDA,
right.
Yes.
Well, I remember a big thing too. I remember Ivan, people were yelling at Ivan about this a lot too, because I mean, Ivan is probably one of the most talented developers I've probably ever seen. But it was something about why aren't you doing more DIY designs, like fully DIY designs? And I remember him kind of just like saying it out like explicitly of like, talking about his like how he helped with the FGC9 stuff, and like there's a whole part of the FGC9 too of when you make it intentionally wrong. Like you have to anticipate what happens when people, make it just wrong. Like, what happens when you make the chamber for the ECM just a little too deep? How is that going to affect things? What happens if you kind of drill it, your firing pin channel just a little bit off? How far can you kind of push it? And that's just with a Glock, really. You're kind of getting similar machine tolerances for everything. For when it's fully DIY, you're kind of up to what does the actual person do? And it's almost impossible to account for, you might be a skilled machinist, but what about the idiot in his apartment complex trying to just drill with a freehand with a couple beers in his hand? That's me. I did it.
Well, also,
but
you're talking about printer calibration, and that is a huge issue. You're talking about materials, you're talking about temperature. How dry is that person's filament? How safe is this design going to be if some guy left his filament out in the rain? And you have issues like that. And then just, like you said, tolerances, machining. Is someone using a full machine shop, or are they using a Harbor Freight drill press?
Or are they just using a Ryobi drill with just a little bit of luck?
Yeah.
Like,
there's another aspect.
How do you pronounce that?
Go.
No, I'm sorry. Pew. Please go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Pew.
I say there's another aspect to it, and it's this, everything is like, no one's saying, "Hey, I'm going to give you $1 million, make this gun." It's everyone's just doing out of their own passion, and so some people just don't have a passion to make, another FGC9,
or have good instructions.
Well,
that's
documentation,
thousands of hours.
Well, yeah, because again, that's sort of the thing too. I think, like, again, with Stark in particular, is the guy was behind enemy lines in that regard, and why was he so determined? Probably because it was all he could get. So why not push as much effort to something? Like, basically, why not make this such like do as much as I possibly can, lay the groundwork for anyone else that, they could just they can see my work and build from it. And that's kind of it.
I always
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I always got asked that too. Like, oh, why is there not more evolution on the DIY front? And it's because
it's hard.
Most of the printers are Americans. The people that aren't Americans can't really be public, and they're the ones that are the most determined to do it. And, we've had a lot of friends, and we've lost a lot of friends in this space. And, if you're going to be outside of the United States and trying to 3D print guns and trying to totally DIY, you are taking your life in your hands, and that is not something that can be considered a light commitment.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, I've noticed it a little bit myself, and maybe you guys have too, is it just seems like the ones who are the most determined are usually, again, guys that are kind of just, almost a little bit behind enemy lines in a way. Again, Stark is just one of the easiest ones. I mean, hell, let's maybe our good old boy Freeman too, to some extent, of why were there so many, G2 frames, so many of these other things? Well, I wonder why. Again,
I don't want to talk about that.
But it's just like it's for your average person, it's easy to say, oh, I can just do that. Well, why don't you? Well, I got a job, I got this other work I got to do. Well, okay, then you have to be driven, I guess, and it just seems like, it's a lot of extra work for people. It's just way more work than your average person's willing to do.
People have issues completing the documentation work. Imagine completing the documentation work on a completely DIY design that you need to document every single part of, and it needs to be tested for thousands of rounds, and you need to build every single little piece of it. Like, it is a tremendous investment.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. What?
I mean, again,
I will.
Go ahead.
I will give two bits of. I guess I'll give a couple bits of information. Right. So,
yes.
Given where I am in the community, I get access to a lot of people's information. I get to see a lot of what they're working on. People tell me things that they're working on. I know of 4 new completely DIY projects that are just in the works somewhere. Right. 3 of them are from developers that we've already seen work from, right? Yeah. So 3, they're and they're nowhere, they're not even close to starting a beta for it.
No.
So it is a huge it's a huge investment of time before you even get to a beta test, and then the beta test is another huge investment of time. So these are multi-year projects every time. You know what I mean? People saw the FGC9 in its last 6 months,
exactly,
before its release, right? And it had been in beta for a year and a half, 2 years before that, and as an alpha concept for 3 years before that. So there's just a lot of stuff that goes into getting one gun out.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying about the Uratau. That's a DIY thing that spanned the entire career of my entire admin career in the catalog.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah, I know. I mean, for me, I remember talking to Parent when it first started.
I was there forever, but it's a pretty long stretch. I would like to think.
Well, it's huge. I just remember when
we've gone way off the rails, but it is a huge investment of time, and
I will only.
I want to encourage more people to do it.
Yeah, because I see what we got left, and these are mostly just frame ones, but because I know this is DIY stuff, so people always care about the DIY stuff specifically. Everyone always wants to hear about the fully DIY stuff. So I mean, I'll mention it just too, because again, when I did the FGC9 stuff originally, I remember back in the time when it was when it was a Plastic Defense was just doing trailers and stuff, and it was Mark II when for
I remember those days.
For just every day, I remember people would do it. And I remember at some point, I was like, well, screw it, I'm just going to build the Mark I then in the meantime. And I did.
Well, guys started getting banned.
Yeah. But it was all right, well, fine, I'll do a Mark I then. But everyone was trying to figure out the Mark II. When the Mark II released, it was, oh my God, it's so amazing. And then, it was sort of, I think a lot of people realized people weren't there necessarily for that whole like development time to realize how much actual work was done there. This is when people were just getting in right around the end of it. So to them, like
the internet was different before, COVID and everything.
Yeah.
And then
Well, for me,
COVID hit, stuff like crazy.
For me, it was just like a big thing where I just saw it and I'm just like, oh, well, okay, this thing's like it. I just came in for basically the tail. Like now in like hindsight, like, oh yeah, I kind of just came in just for the tail end. But for me, it was like, oh, sweet, a DIY release after another DIY release. This is amazing. But little did I realize how much actual work was going on in the behind the scenes. And like,
I joined Ivan's 3D printable fire control.
Oh,
group
you were there
the
too?
day that it released.
Same here. Actually, that was the same with me.
He let me in.
I joined
think
like
he
a week
only
before.
did it to screw with me.
He let me join a couple days beforehand. I remember, and I built it, and I was going to test it.
It was the day that it released, and I was like, "Can I join this?" He's like, "Sure." Just released.
Holy
it.
shit!
No, yeah. Oh, I see. I think we went with one of the Decker devs as well. The Decker took me almost a year and a half before beta, which was a year. I mean, yeah, the Decker's another one that's a fun one too. I've been meaning
scared of the Decker.
Yeah, I've been meaning to look at that one just because the Decker is just like another one that is honestly just. I'm glad again. That it's good that people are doing these fully DIY stuff, and I'm just happy to see it. But I guess let's go power through this because
I was gonna say
we are almost done. We are getting closer to being done now. I think
we can BS afterward, and people can hold on, or we can pass out drunk or whatever.
Right? No, yeah. It's usually it's always actually what I use. That's what I always do the post stream stuff for. Is just But
what's next?
But
What's next, Zach?
So the next one is going to be the Decimator, and I know this one well enough. The Decimator is by a great developer.
Yes.
I've talked to him before a couple of times.
Decimal.
His name is
What's
Decimal.
up, Decimal?
Decimal has done an incredible job with it. So again, when it comes to 1022 stuff, some people hate him, some people love him. To be honest, I'm more of a CMMG Banshee or like the Bravo guy. But what I like about the Decimator in particular is that it uses an AR-15 fire control group, which is, as we've kind of all agreed with, I like
this
it.
one.
It's just great. But you want to add something
I
to
would
it?
like to discuss.
Go ahead.
So the Decimator is actually a really cool design because it's a hybrid 1022 AR-15. So it uses the AR-15 fire control group. It has AR-15 aesthetics, but it uses the Ruger 1022 bolt and barrel, and it's smooth because the Ruger 1022 always had a ton of aftermarket support, but I mean, the AR-15 just blew it out of the water. So you can get any match grade AR-15 trigger, which is honestly going to be more common than a 1022 trigger at this point, because we're not in 2005 anymore. And you can drop it in there. It's 3D printable. I mean, if you want like a competition 22, this is a cheap way to build one.
Well, yeah, my view of it is like, so for 1022s are like, okay, you got the Galileo, I think that's another DB1 or DB1, but it's like you got your folding ones, you got your other ones, but like, no, for me, it's like, I don't really care that much. What I to be honest, I'd rather have like just a 22 AR, but what this one does is it kind of fixes that for me.
No.
AG, you've been wrong about everything else so far, so that's fine.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, see, thank you. I'm glad CPU's here for me. All right.
Shit.
What, you expect the newest gun owner out of all of us to have the best takes? Like, what are you expecting here? All right.
No, definitely not. Decimator is a solid build, though.
Oh, yeah, it is this is the one Ruger I would build. It's the only Ruger I would own.
It's not a Ruger.
Oh my god, I started off on Ruger.
Well, it's a 1022 hybrid build.
Yeah.
Which is the best way of describing it. But yeah, I will say
March skip build.
But yeah,
not applicable to anyone overseas.
But again, I'd say for me, like this is a 1022 I'd build, and especially now doing a lot more competitions, I have seen a lot of 1022s like showing up in like Steel Challenge, which I think the Decimator would be actually kind of a fun one to bring because, well, first off, 22 LR is just super cheap, And yeah, these like Steel Challenge is really fun with the PCC. So if you could have a 1022, it's just like I get it now completely. I've seen some of the Gucci ones too. It's just like, okay, what if I just like
Also,
got like
if
a
you
good
wanna set
trigger?
up like if you want to set up a really nice small game rifle, I mean, this is the way to go.
Yeah.
You know, I know that I live in the middle of nowhere and everything, and all my stuff's about killing animals, but like seriously, you could set up a really nice small game rifle with this, and you know, fill a stew pot real easy.
No, yeah, and I guess we can keep going on to the next one because I actually realized I also talked about this one before.
Yeah, I can talk about I can talk about all these if
I-
you want me to actually interject.
Oh, well, I mean, absolutely, because I just remember I was talking about the Riptide holster earlier and about how,
Yeah.
it was. I think there was
No,
another one.
this is the one you were thinking of.
Yeah, this is exactly the one I was thinking of. Yeah, this is the Nightstalker hybrid, or basically the Nightstalker or light bearing holster. And
Yeah.
I mean, if you can go ahead and take it over for me too on this one, but what I remember about this one is, again, it is a light bearing Glock 19 holster, which really, again, I like printable holsters just because if you have a gun, if you have a handgun, you should have a holster for it. And especially right now, I think this one's a Glock 19. Like, it's a Glock 19 light bearing one, but like, let's say for something really niche, let's say a Browning high power with a Picatinny rail on it. Where are you going to find a holster for that? Really, the only way I could imagine it's you're going to probably want to make one. And it's nice to have that information already kind of out there for you to kind of manipulate and convert it to something like a high power one. But Dr. Death, I'll let you go ahead.
Well, essentially the the Nightstalker light bearing holster is obviously made by
It was a
Lovely the Link.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lovely the Links. I couldn't read that for the first time. But no, this is a great holster. It's for a Glock 19. It does allow for a light, which honestly is kind of a rare option for holsters unless you're custom ordering one or you have a very common pistol design. I know that, like, for my Glock 34, I have a very... Thank you, Uber Clay.
Is that a little bit more? No, yeah, I'm looking forward for the next one.
No, you're good. You're good. Thanks.
Sorry about that, bro. Sorry about that.
I'm messing with you. Anyway, it is hard to find a cheap light bearing holster. And as lights become more common, I think that more people should start adding remixes. Honestly, I think that I've never been a big fan of synthetic holsters overall. I always tend towards leather. And like the Kydex boom was huge for holsters. But I think that when it comes to lights, leather doesn't make any sense. Kydex doesn't even really make sense because there's such a wide variety of lights out there. 3D printing is going to be the future for that
Oh yeah, no,
entire area.
I mean, from what I've talked to you, so I remember there were some people I know that was doing light or holster stuff. I think a lot of people, some of the Kydex guys will just use 3D printers as like a way to design their client. Like, it is, again, we've already seen it before. 3D printing is great for prototyping, and for a lot of holster manufacturers too, they use it for prototyping. And then if you can get a good prototype to work with a 3D printed holster, then you can, of course, Kydex it later. But
it's not going to be as thin as Kydex, that's all. That
is one downside to it too. But again,
I don't like Kydex, so I'm biased.
I've grown to accept it, but
I don't like it.
What I like about it, and this, I think I remember talking about this before too, and I'm glad to repeat myself as many times as possible, but I like the opportunities for like weird holsters that you don't see for like guns anymore. Like, why not, give you a nice little appendix, Walther PPK for a holster? That'd be kind of an interesting one.
I am still looking for a Colt All-American 2000 holster. And I have not found one. I bought one on eBay, and it did not fit the Colt All-American 2000.
I'm imagining the only holsters that are going to fit are like the bullshit Velcro ones that are like universal holsters. Like
I'm hoping
Uncle
Mike's the rescue.
Yeah.
Yeah, good old Uncle Mike.
Like, it's one of those ones where it's just like, yeah, it'll work, I guess. What's the goofy one, like the military one that you like? Yeah, I forgot what it is. Like the
There's
drop leg
so
one.
many. But the police had to have made options for the Colt All-American 2000 because they were issued in a few departments.
Yeah, so you're gonna have the basket weave garbage.
I just
The
I
basket
want
weave
it.
universal garbage.
I'll go with it. I don't care.
Hey, Ping King's got to do a lot of work in the factory, right? So I'm glad you're supporting him. But
Like I know a guy who does holsters. I'll give him a call.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you up later after the show, and
Yeah,
I will
send me the
place a
spec.
Okay, I will send you a custom order.
Oh, I also have a guy too. He's the one who made my.
Ivan has the freaking specs. He wants to 3D print the damn thing, but
I know.
Right?
I know. I have one myself. Where I know I got a guy back when the dagger didn't like have holster. That was another thing. The dagger is like slightly. The PSA dagger is slightly off from a Glock 19. That none of the holster compatibility will work. So I had to get one custom made for it, which was my god, that was a pain in the ass.
Hold up.
wait,
You custom made a holster for a dagger.
Yes,
For a Palmetto State Armory dagger.
that was my
God.
holster.
The second
fuck?
cheapest, second most garbage block that exists.
It
And
is.
you paid extra money to get a
That's
custom
so gay.
holster made for
I
it.
What
got
the
it.
fuck?
I was able to get it. I was able to get something off of it, but it was like, yeah, it was like around. It was more than you can get now because there's more holsters. For it. I use it for
I
competition though. It is an Ahegal holster, which I thought was funny, and I'm glad I got it custom made for that.
Oh, boy.
It is 100% the only holster I would imagine is fitting for a dagger, and it's great because it
You
can.
said a lot of words there that hurt my heart as a gun owner looking forward to
Lots
the
of
use
words.
today.
Well,
Oh man.
Pew, I joined the 3D printed gun community specifically for that purpose, and I'm glad I could do
I
it.
know. I know.
But no, yeah, it's a nice little light bearing holster. I'll go to the next one because this is an Uber Clay one. Although I'm not sure, are you sober enough to read through this one? You got this?
No,
I know
definitely
this.
not.
Because
Give it a shot anyway.
P95, baby.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can talk about.
I could talk about it too a little bit because I know that you were. I remember Chairman. That was like
What?
the original first Chairman Juan frame. Actually, too,
Yes.
was the P95.
Yes.
Nightmare,
Listen.
nightmare build. I could never get it to work.
What?
I could never get the Chairman Juan one to work. Not yours. Yours is fine. I built yours.
Okay.
Calm
Listen,
down, my friend.
personal perspective. Longest beta,
Ever?
long running in GunCAD. I
5
was,
years?
yeah, something like that. It's like ridiculous.
Half a decade.
P95. I think that is a definite. It's a definite launch, and fuck. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm
go
gonna
ahead
jump
and
in.
embellish on
Is
that.
it okay if I jump in?
Yeah.
it okay?
Go ahead.
All right.
So
So the P95, the main issue was the rear rails have two tiny pinholes. They always broke out. With the P95, everything's polymer. There is no steel rail insert. So what Uber Clay here did, which was very intelligent, was he added aluminum rear rails that you can put in, and you can run those two tiny, I mean, they're 16th of an inch, if I remember correctly,
Very
roll
small.
pins through. Yes, very small. And that strengthens the entire frame. So all the rest of it can be polymer, but as long as those two rear rails, when they are 3D printed, are aluminum, that's fine. And you may be saying, well, why was Ruger able to get away with this when they were dealing with polymer and we are dealing with aluminum? And the reason for that is because they did not have to deal with layer lines. So it's not additive layer manufacturing. And so there's no weak points. It's all just a big blob of melted polymer. So essentially what Uber Clay created is stronger than what Ruger made because they are, making aluminum, and they're having those pins and that entire fire control group shored up by metal.
True.
Well, I mean,
And in some cases, more rounds.
for me,
More rounds
well, yeah.
per mag.
Well, yeah, I think too. Wasn't Ruger like 100% like all in on the 10 round only? Is all the thing you
Yes.
need? Like,
Yes.
Bill Ruger is. It makes me smile every time Bill Ruger has to be upset. Rolls over in his grave. Rolling over in hell is just a wonderful thing for it to happen to him. But yeah, it's good to see that people are making.
Didn't like 20 round mags.
He really.
Fuck you, Bo.
Well, like
You're okay.
there's like what I always liked about like the old like that type of Ruger, the 95, is that there's something about it that just looks. I hate to use Ruger's like I hate to fall for the marketing for it. It looks more civilian. It doesn't look tactical at all. It looks very blocky. You don't really see guns anymore like that.
Do it.
Everything was overbuilt. That was the whole thing of Bill Ruger. He overbuilt everything. He used castings. Like, look at the GP100. I mean, if you want to talk about a beast of a revolver, I mean, that thing is insane.
It's a beast of a revolver that has no business being that beefy.
No, it's built like a freaking 454 Casull. Like, there's no reason that it needs to be that overbuilt.
The GP100. I'm about to search this up right now. I'm curious. I don't want a GP100.
Oh, one of my favorite hunting videos is a guy sneaking alongside a ridgeline.
Oh
and
dear
there's a doe.
God, that is such a big. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. It's a 38 special. Like.
Yeah, like I know what a Smith & Wesson looks like, and I know that this barrel is a little bit like thicker, unnecessarily thicker.
No,
you can like club someone to
crazy.
death with a gun.
The Security 6 is where Ruger should have stayed, and they didn't for some damn reason.
Are you not telling me
And
the
it was
RXM is not a good revolution of Ruger?
I don't like those. I don't. My cousin has one, but I don't like them. I have a lot of cousins, by the way.
I will say I do. The
Like
one
over
thing
100.
it does make me smile though, like it is such a departure from like the Bill Ruger like mindset, but also like it is just a Glock clone, so it's like but like it's one of those things where like but I'm glad to see that the people's Ruger, from what I remember too, is like it looked this frame looks a more Rugery like too. Uber did a good job of also like keeping it closer to the like original Uber. You fucked that up, did you?
What the classic setup is? Okay, it is the Ruger P95, a nylon Uncle Mike's holster, and a 1995 Ford Ranger in 4x4.
Yeah, that is screaming or like throwback to the 90s for me, or throwback to the 80s rather.
Yeah, and you're Blair and Leonard Skinnerd. I mean, that is that's the peak of society.
That's my life.
You can throw in some Alabama if you want.
Did you mention a mullet?
Yeah, I said
Yes.
a mullet.
Okay, good.
After it went out of style, though. Can't
Right.
be during the stuff. Like, it's got to be after, a good 5 years or so. That's what you got.
Oh, we have Decimal developer also in the chat. By the way, we love your design. All right, I like it more because it uses an Air-50 fire control group. But no, to be honest,
Thank you, Des.
I've been watching more 80s movies, so it's the Ruger has started to grow on me a bit. I kind of like the old aesthetic, But we're almost at the final stretch. We got the last 3 left. Let's go bring up one of the other fan favorites, which is the FNT4, which I could probably talk a bit about. I could talk about this one.
Yeah,
a bit.
Go ahead.
The FNT4 is probably currently the best 3D printed suppressor currently available you can get. If I were to go and say this is like, if I were to say tax stamp a 3D print suppressor, the FNT4 would probably be the one I would say. It has significantly
Agreed.
increased longevity. The way it's set up too is it has an aluminum covering on it, so you can, if you use whatever nylon you want as your thing, you can easily have a damn good suppressor on there. But it's not just that really makes this one interesting. As we might have mentioned earlier, a fun little Mario character did a little thing. But if only he understood the FNT4 existed, because it also has a DIY booster or whatever Nielsen device, whatever you want to call it, system.
It's a spring with a plug. Yeah.
Basically, it is a DIY booster. So if you guys do not know, when you shoot with a suppressor on a handgun specifically, the way it works, how suppressors work, tilting barrel handguns need the suppressor from what
tilting barrel handgun needs what's called a Nielsen device. And that is a plunger and a spring.
I was going to use more autism,
piston,
but yes, I agree.
A piston and a spring, and they need to recoil back in order to let the plunger, or in order to let the barrel tilt backwards. If you're dealing with something like a high point that has a fixed barrel, you could use something like the FTN3. And it just so turned out that, like, whoever the heck that guy was in New York did not use a piston designed suppressor.
And the really nice part about it too is, again, you can use it in a normal tilting action like design, which is basically Glock, Browning high power, pretty much. I won't say every single handgun because there are a few that are not.
Makarov.
The Makarov.
No, there's a ton.
There's a ton that not, but like the average one in the. Well, okay, I was talking about normal here. We're not talking about literal throwaway garbage. Like your Beretta is a little bit different. The PX4 is a rotating barrel.
Why do you think throwaway guns?
There's a reason why Lawsons are throwaway guns, because they never work. But no, yeah, the nice thing about the FNT4 too, it's rifle rated. You can use 7.62 by I think you can use 7.62 by 39. And one of my really favorite parts about it too, and something that is kind of understated with it, is there are different mounting options. So there is the A2 birdcage mounting option, which is it's sort of the most like, okay, if everyone that has an AR-15 should most likely have an A2 birdcage, and you can just throw it on there. Not the best one, because it kind of is a little more stuck on there. There is the KAK flash can one, which is also another one. But the one that's the most interesting to me is the Break Arms one, because it turns the FNT into almost an actual like quick detach suppressor. Of that, the Break Arms blast can muzzle brake device is essentially, you attach it to the break Arms blast can, and now you can just attach it to whatever Break Arms brake or flash hider you have, and it's now a quick detach suppressor. And that is kind of a nice little thing to have. I will say this from experience, though, is the Break Arms stuff will come with a crush washer. Don't use a crush washer if you're going to do a suppressor on it. Get shims. Shims are a better choice for that. Crush washers can have a little bit of a variance to it, and you can have your suppressor go boom, because you'll hit a baffles. But it is by far the best 3D printed suppressor you can get currently to this day. The best 3D printed suppressor you can have that like you would put extra effort for. If you want to just do
the most advanced.
The most advanced for sure. If you want one that is, there are a couple out there that are just like, plug and play where you print it and you can just throw it on there. The issue with those are they're just not as reliable, but those have a different purpose in all honesty. The FNT, I would say, is genuine. If you are going to put that tax stamp on something, that probably would be the one that I would say, yeah, that's worth it. But if you want to add something else to that, Doctor, that by all means, go ahead.
No, I think that it is the most advanced printable suppressor. I think the fact that it incorporates a Nielsen device is amazing. I think that, it holds up. I mean, it does hold up. It's just a shame that PLA boy had to step away afterward and things.
I'm so sad about that too. God,
It's fine.
Well, I know that, but like, now let me think about where are we? I mean, we're at almost about 3 hours and 30 minutes. Oh god. Okay, but yeah,
We're at the end almost.
yeah, no,
We got what, 2 more?
we got 2 more left. Yeah, no, and this will be quick. Well,
I
actually,
can talk about both of them.
I could talk about both of them too. But I will say,
I demand to talk about the Sphinx.
I will allow you to. I know, what was it, specifically for that FNT, I remember I was talking to PLA boy about like going in depth on it on stream for a little bit, and then, oh my god, time passed a little bit, and then everything happens, and then he just goes away, and it's just like, oh, well, you live and you learn.
You can't blame him.
I can't blame him for a second. I never will. I will say, you do you, man. You made your right decision. Do whatever you want, man. It's just one of those things where it's like, rats. I was so close. I could have easily cleared that weekend schedule off and it would have worked. But
Oh, it's fine. Let's talk about the baby bolter.
the baby bolter, I will say, is cool because it is it's another Mac frame. It is another Mac frame, but it's a Warhammer 40K Mac frame. That is really
It is, and I bullied them into making a Chaos variant.
I know, yeah, Dick. And it's one of those cool ones too, where like Dick has spent a lot of time in the documentation, putting little fun Easter eggs on it. It honestly is
Slanesh.
really good documentation. And one thing I will say that makes this one stand out a little bit to me more is, we have the DB alloy, but this one uses a print. You could do a printed side plate on this one too, which honestly is like why couldn't you before? And
because DB went overboard.
He did go. He overbuilt it.
Make sure things are,
DB overbuilt
which is the way things have to go.
Right?
You overbuild something and then you strip it down.
But I'll let you go.
Baby bolter's awesome.
Go ahead. I'll let you go.
I think it's just fun. It's a 9mm mini bolter. So if you're into Warhammer 40K, just build it. I mean, dedicate it to Slanesh, I say. But it takes a Mac 11 bolt, upper, and it just kind of runs with it aesthetically.
It's one of the fun theme builds, and I would say that it doesn't go into the meme.
This is what 3D printing was built for.
Oh, 100%.
Like having fun.
It was obviously a labor of love, and the reason why it's not in the meme build section is because it actually is like real. It's does
functional.
It does
function
good. It does function very well, and like okay. I guess he's good. I guess he must.
That's okay.
I guess he must have fell asleep on the camera. But no, yeah,
that's fine.
But no, yeah, it's again what I found really interesting about it too, and more of like a sort. If you don't care about the Warhammer aspect of it, which honestly I think is probably one of the biggest parts of it, is that again, it does the printed side plates, which I think is what makes the DB alloy a lot stronger than a lot of the other Mac frames currently available. And again, there's really no reason not to be able to do it printed as well, because again, the way the layer line should work, you are going to this
dealing with differences in strength and with the print.
It's just going to be fine as is. And that in of itself, of like, if you don't care about the Warhammer aspect of it, you don't care about really the Mac part of it, it's like, oh yeah, you could in theory also just use printed side plates as well for reinforcement. Yeah, why didn't I really think about that too much either? And I find that as an interesting aspect of it too. Warhammer is one of those things where I've always wanted to get into. It's just I look at the parts. I
don't do tabletop games.
I want to do tabletops, but it's too much. It's too much money, man. It's too much money.
Just 3D print them and then punch anyone in the face that says otherwise. I guarantee you can take them.
No, yeah. Well, the issue is the Games Workshop lawyers that go after anyone who ever attempts to do anything like.
Screw it. Whatever.
Screw Game Shop.
I couldn't agree anymore, but I guess let us continue on for the last one right here. The final one, which is honestly, you were saying that this, the Urtao was your baby. I first started my channel, I remember talking to cats really early on.
Oh, yeah.
And it has been one of those things where, like,
That took a sweet time.
Me and him, like, I love talking to cats.
I love cats.
I love cats so much. He's a fun guy to be like talk to, and it's always like whenever I get the chance to talk to him, it's always fun. But it was like,
oh yeah,
like that man has been working
guy.
on this. He has been working on this thing probably about as long as I've had a channel. And seeing it finally all the way down is amazing. But go ahead, it's a Sphinx by Gerald.
There's a ton of backstories on this. So the Sphinx is a 3D printed Beretta 92 FS. Actually, every Beretta 92, as well as the M9. And Kat started working on this, I want to say, like 3-4 years ago. And I was the first person to ever get one to actually work. I stayed up all night. I was watching Scarface, and I drank, I think, 1/2 to 3/4 of a bottle of whiskey and just sanded his alpha frame down. And I still have that build. And it still works. And I've put hundreds and hundreds of rounds through it, thousands by this point. And it's a Beretta 92. People actually confronted Beretta at SHOT Show and said, hey, did you see this? Like, this guy's making your frame out of polymer. And they said, how the fuck is he doing that? And they're like, well, I don't know. And cats thought that was very funny. Yeah, magic. Autism.
Well, it's that furry magic, man. You know, Cats is he just does what he can, man. Whatever can help the fursuit.
No metal rails, nothing. I mean, this thing just runs. I bullied some certain people that I don't know if they want to be named into making Meru grips for it, because I thought that was really funny, because that was a huge meme at the time, and I'm sorry, I know that's a running theme. But I'm still running the alpha build. I mean, the pre-beta build, and it has not broken. And now it has fully released, and I need to make it in nylon, and I will rebuild it eventually, but I'm just still so happy with my original build.
Well, I just remember so much like effort that was into it. I mean, again, I owe a lot to Freeman, because I remember Freeman is the one that got me to talk to cats, like, originally. And and there was so much extra stuff too, that, like, what Cats is doing, like a lot of things that kind of will never really be like appreciated as much of. Like, he was telling me specifically about like how Cats was explaining to me specifically, and this is why I love Cats so much. He was explaining to me like the 20, like, you know, he was printing it like on like a 20-degree angle specifically, because like it was a certain amount, like, for the feed ramp, and like
it was 20 degrees originally, and then it eventually increased to 25.
Yeah, 25.
Big testing,
and it allowed, and like it was able to help with like just enough with like the strength too, or like there was so much like work that went into this, where like we learned a lot about like what's a proper way of optimizing like print angle, so you can get that like maximize, you know, your tensile strength and everything.
Well, here's the thing, like, he and I were staying up all night, and I drank the whole night. I mean, I do think that I actually finished that bottle of whiskey. I'm trying to compensate and say that I only had one, or a half of it, I mean. But
we all know that's a lie.
Yeah, we all know it's a lie.
Yeah, I know. You know.
We're on to your game, sir.
Yeah. So the magic is 120 grit sandpaper and a bunch of Kurt Russell movies and talking to cats all night while sanding. And then I went out in my backyard, and I still have this video, and I post it occasionally. And I just like stumbled out into my back pasture and mag dumped into the hillside in the middle of like 25-degree weather. And it was a pretty good time. And then Katz later told me, he goes, I didn't even get that thing to work. How the fuck did you get that thing to work? I don't know.
I remember like going to like my gun store, and that was the first time I saw one of like the Greason like 92 clones.
Yeah.
And I remember I took a picture and I sent Kat says like, "Hey, do you think I can do this?" And I
want the gold one.
And I just remember him, Matt from Fudbusters like yelled at me for like stupid shit like that. Katz just like wrote me an essay on why Turk guns are shit and like how he will never ever like ever make a model that could take the Grease version and why it was such trash and why and it would never work. I wouldn't be so I think he actually did include it to this one though. I think he did, which is really funny. That and the Taurus, oh my god.
Yes.
If you brought up, does the Taurus PT work for this? Again,
during the height of COVID. Wait, I have to rant this. I'm sorry, and Pew, you will think this is funny. Cats at the height of COVID got me to buy a PT92 kit for $350. And he's like, "No, you need to buy this. You need to buy this." And then I said to him the next day, "Cats, I won the bid, but it was like $350. Is this going to be worth it?" "No, why'd you pay so much?"
Yeah.
He's like, You told me to. And he goes, "Oh, I was shit-faced yesterday." What?
Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Like it was one of those
buddy.
like because I did not realize how many different 92s there were at all. And until Katz like let me know, I was like, because I would see a good deal on one. I was like, "Hey, do you think this would work?" And he would just let me know why that one was a piece of shit and why I should never even consider it. I should be ashamed of even thinking about buying it. And I'm just like, okay, that's cool. I'm not gonna buy it then. Great. Thanks for helping me save my money.
Did you know that Disney World has a custom built Beretta 92 SMG that is just for their security department?
Is it like the tomb, like the Tomb of the Lot, like the
full auto? It's a Beretta 93, but there is like a custom built one just for Disney World.
Is it like the one with the stock on it?
Yeah, they have a built-in SWAT team at the park, just like waiting to go.
I mean, you can't blame
Which has
them.
to be a gravy job. I mean, that's got to be awesome.
It's got to be like, what was it? The FDA,
the most magical place on earth with machine guns. Yeah, no, that sounds pretty good. Give me that.
It's like you could have the Secret Service like vibe of like you're instead of like protecting the president or anything, you're just like strolling Disneyland.
You're just like smoking cigarettes under Cinderella's castle, you know?
Yeah. Is there an image of this Disney subgun anywhere?
I'm searching it right now.
Yes, Masa Ayub did a whole.
Oh God!
Hang on.
My favorite one.
I can send it to you. Yeah.
Disney M9 or was it Disney
Beretta 92?
Beretta. I'm actually looking at this right now. Beretta. Disney Beretta. Oh, wait, nope. That's not working. Holy shit. I am looking. That is. Yeah, that's like the fucking like. Yeah, I don't know the proper word. I don't know the proper word describing it, but I remember what is it? It's like was it Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 2000 and like.
No, this thing fucks.
That was like, it was the M93 Raffica, whatever it was. That was like
that's what it is.
The full auto one.
On it.
Yeah, it's got the stock on it. Yeah, it's the one that goes like full auto.
They've got them in the tunnels under It's a Magical World.
Yes, that is incredible. Unfortunately, I'm not going to put anything on the stream because it's guns are not allowed on streams. But yeah, no.
Give me the link in our chat though, because I need to see this.
No, this thing's sweet.
Well, let me see if I can share the Google image ones. Because it's basically the thumbnail of.
I'm going to be very disappointed if Mickey Mouse isn't on the.
It's not on it, and you're going to be very disappointed.
God, that would be so cool, though.
It's basically
Opportunity's law.
Clapped by that.
It's the Raffica, which is the one that I'm not sure if it's the actual name of it, but it's basically an M9 with a stock on it.
Yeah, there you go. But it's full auto.
Yeah, it's like
or select fire, I should say.
It is actually amazing. That is incredible.
It's so cool.
But no, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make the Disney 92 that I believe they should have.
Please,
that's my new mission.
No,
as if I didn't have enough already. Yeah, no, I'm gonna totally trademark the fuck out of this.
Oh my god! All right.
Oh my god. Okay.
But no, yeah, I will say, but yeah, no, cat. Go ahead and describe more cat stuff. Let's go talk about cat stuff. Wherever you got this deep, cats.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, Cat's one of my oldest friends. Jeez. I mean, the guy is a perfectionist. He is amazing. He made the 21A, and one of his big issues with releasing the Sphinx was that he was worried that parts kits were going to spike like they did with the 21A. Because I don't know if anyone else remembers, but for a while there, a parts kit alone was $400.
Oh yeah, it's more than the gun itself. It was insane.
Yeah. It was outrageous. Which kind of might tell you that, like, you know, we have a bigger reach than people like to admit. But so Cats didn't want to admit that the 92 was gonna come out, and then
well, PSR did a video on it, which then cost
PSR did a video on it, but it didn't work because he had shitty ammo. But see, this is why I love
Turk ammo, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, well, Katz is like, oh no, there was an issue with my early hammer design that prevented ammo from going off. And I'm like, no, it didn't. And he's like, no, that's what went wrong. And I'm like, no, it didn't.
No, it was Turkish
like,
ammo. It was Turkish ammo. It was Turkish ammo. 100%
yeah,
Turkish ammo.
I fired a ton of. Yeah. Do not shoot Turkish ammo.
Amir was a little drunk that day and decided to forget how to weigh it. All right, that's what happens. Don't think about it too deep because it's not worth it.
The brass was a bit too thick, you know.
No, yeah,
but
yeah, I will say, yeah, the PSR bump is a real one. Yeah,
I would say I have 3D printed a lot of guns. The Mac Daddy and the Sphinx are the two most reliable guns that I've ever 3D printed. I guess the AR-15, like the Monopoly. The Monopoly is like a... I don't really consider that, you know?
Well, it's like AR-15 lowers are
lower.
just... Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, that's just the lower.
I always tell people AR-15 lowers are just very... Like, those are the ones that, if it does go wrong, it's not going to be an issue for you. Like, you're not going to die.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, when it comes to, like, what I consider, like, significant 3D printed builds, the Sphinx is at the top of the list as far as reliability. It is better than any 3D printed Glock. I think that it is a great gun. It is a little bit more challenging. But, oh my god, have I had fun with that thing. Plus it has marrow grips.
Yeah, for me, it's just one of those funny things where, like, I am still amazed it never released as late, or as it took this long to release, but also it's like I'm so happy it finally did, and it's one of those, like, designs where he really did go out of his way to get as many different, like, Beretta frame, or Beretta 92 frames as he could.
He did.
I believe, and I'm not sure, I think he was working on,
the actual animator of Meru the Succubus liked it and said he wanted to shoot it.
That is amazing. But I think he started the beta for the V2, which is adding even more compatibility to, like, all the other stupid, crappy ones that no one cares about. Which is honestly, like, again, it's always a good reminder that not everything is like a Glock. That some things have variances to them. Quite a lot. I mean, Pew, I guess you had to deal with the joys of Berettas. How fun are building Berettas, by the way?
It's actual nightmare hell when they're when they're not properly maintained. So some of the people who get kits will suffer quite a bit from Beretta hell.
Do the parts break?
It'll be fun.
Small parts, a lot of small parts.
What I would like to say is that I never rebuilt my alpha build. So
shame on you. Shame him.
I kept it. I kept the alpha build because, like, this works.
Was it one of those ones where, like,
I don't want to do this again?
Yeah, okay. It's one of those ones, ain't it? Okay. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling all too well. I remember.
Cry once.
Look, all I have to say is I remember the destroyed high power kit that I had, where literally held together by hopes and dreams, in which Ivan said, "This is honestly, like, the fact that this is, like, It turned out being that my parts kit was just such crap that I had to make such bullshit adjustments to make it work. Oh god, I am just it. I know the type
My
of gun.
Browning high power got stolen by a meth head.
What?
I got it back.
Oh,
No.
Yeah. The only reason that I got it back was it was recovered in Maryland, and I would have never gotten it back if my dad wasn't a cop, which is, privilege, whatever you want to call it. But this also pisses me off, and this is why I think the government is bullshit, is because they said, yes, we recovered your gun. However, due to the administrative cost, we may hold on to it. And then my dad was like the police chief of my tiny 3-person town. And he's like, no, I am officially requesting this firearm to be returned. And it still took 9 months, which is as long as it takes to make a baby. And
I wonder, can you officially request other firearms to be returned?
I kind of think you can, actually.
Huh.
If you have a legitimate case request, I think you can do it.
What if you just don't though, and you're the chief of police?
You can probably get away with it. I mean, Larry Vecker's got away with it for a while.
That's true. That was a wild saga.
Well, I mean, was it a printed one, or was your? I have a question. Was your high power printed, or was it like a normal frame one?
But no, mine was an actual Browning high power. I bought it off Cabela's.
Oh, okay. I was watching.
Shame on you buying real guns.
I was liking to. I like to imagine
serial number and all that.
I was really hoping that you were telling me some meth stole your printed gun. It was like how did you know whose gun this was? How else could let's be real here? Who else could it been? Who else?
No, I have a saga for 3D printed guns with my dad's police department, but we can talk about that another time.
It's one of those things where I've always been waiting for I mean, you had the Mangione case, which I think is one of the first truly documented ones, but it's
They're trying to give him the death penalty. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. And the El Paso shooter gets sentenced to 20 years if nothing ever happens. It's one of those interesting cases.
Yeah, it's not going to happen though. They threw that.
Again, if that man has a female, any women in his or in his jury, he is going to get out. I am just going to call it right here.
Oh, dude is. I mean,
but that being said, though, I guess we could probably. That's I think our last one. What other?
That's it.
I guess we could finish up with what do we or any things that or products that we're interested in right now, and then any last final words. But for me,
okay, I've got a surprise because we've been at the chat a whole lot longer than I thought we would be. How many people are still watching? 33.
We have 33 currently.
All right.
Now.
As many as we started with.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Oh God, how's this gonna work? Oh God, you're gonna break this.
Wait, hold on. It's not gonna show me, is it?
No, it's just gonna show my. Huh?
I said I'm too pretty. I can't be she.
That's
I
true.
can't be seen.
I've seen you.
Oh God,
I know you have.
Oh, let me do.
You're the only person that's seen me other than Fudbusters.
Oh,
I'm not pretty.
Can you figure it out, AG? Are you?
Oh no, I can figure it out. I know what I'm doing. I'm just making sure I don't show.
Don't believe him.
I'm trying to make sure I don't show the rest of the chat.
No, he's gonna mess it up.
Look, believe it or not, I'm not Uber Clay. I could drink my beer. I'm sorry.
No, he's lost it. Now,
to be honest, I did not expect me. What the fuck is this, by the way? Okay, so all right, let's see. This looks like a zigzag revolver.
Oh, there you go.
This looks like
he's lost it.
This looks like a zigzag revolver, right? This is what I'm guessing with.
Yeah, it's a revolver that I'm cooking on. It's another mostly DIY thing.
One. Oh my God, am I excited for this?
So it's a 10-shot revolver, and then if you pull out this little linchpin, I don't know why my computer's so laggy right now.
I can't
you pull out this little pin.
I'm wrong.
What's up?
No. Keep going. I'm sorry. No.
Someone in the
me.
comments just said, "I thought this was a suicide revolver."
I mean, it could
see it,
be.
I see it.
It's
I see it
too.
too.
It'll take you a couple tries.
Oh, that's hot.
But yeah, you pull this little pin out, this entire magazine front and rear side cylinder front and rear side assembly come out, and then you hot swap a new one on.
This is like
Oh,
that's like
I
the cyber.
love that.
That's like the cyberpunk revolvers like type of shit. That is awesome.
A little
Okay.
bit.
What caliber?
And then
are you with?
just to complete it's 22, so nothing
22?
crazy.
Perfect. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, and you have little
It's been a-
little
it's
round
been a
holders
while.
there.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've like done a full release, so this is the practice run before I get to my next thing. And then you got 10 spare shots in the little ridge
Oh, this
there.
thing's
Well,
slick. So is this fully DIY or
Yeah,
are we
it
dealing
is
with some
entirely DIYable. There's a handful of parts, but they're simple 2D parts, so it won't be hard to make them.
Okay. No, I
But of
see,
course,
yeah.
Math will have a kit for this if you're so inclined. It won't be a very expensive one.
Oh, I'm
In the
gonna
same
buy
vein
one.
as like the Hitchhiker kit. So
Well. So one thing that looks I can already notice is this like one of those lower like this, or it's the barrel itself is like actually on the bottom part of like the revolver instead of the top, I guess.
yeah, it does fire out of the bottom cylinder.
Yeah,
Ooh.
the Rhino system.
Like a Rhino
Yeah,
system,
that
Optimus
makes sense.
system. Yeah, okay, that's awesome. I mean, it's 22, so
Well,
it's like
it makes sense.
but it's like it also is 22, so it's like okay, well.
But from a strength perspective, that makes sense.
So okay, let me. I guess I asked two. Let me ask this too. Then,
It's
so
beautiful.
is the cylinder itself completely printed, or is there like anything else that we might need for it?
Yeah, so it's a chamber or a barrel liner insert that's essentially acting like the chamber.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at like the other is it the Rhino?
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
The
the guy's
Rhino
working
is
on?
the other one.
I'm looking at that one where they essentially just have a rifled chamber, and that might have some application here. Or not a rifle chamber, but a ream chamber.
Yeah. They
And then
use
the
brake line
printed rifled barrel. Yeah. And so I'm looking at that, and that may have some application here. I'm not quite sure yet, but this is still this is about to wrap up its alpha phase.
It's
I've
a
got
pepper
the first
box,
round of hard parts.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Technically a pepper box, because the barrel and chamber there are multiple barrels and multiple chambers.
Which makes
And not
sense. I mean,
multiple chambers in a
yeah.
barrel, because that would be a revolver. So yeah, technically a pepper box, self-indexing pepper box.
Which is amazing, honestly. Like, that makes sense from a DIY perspective, and especially a 3D printed perspective, because you're putting less stress on each section.
I'll show you a fun little trigger design. So that the firing pin it's a striker. That's a bolt with its head cut off, and the little firing pin like protrudes through the slot.
Yeah.
But this sear attached to the trigger, right? It rotates on this pivot hole right here, and it's spring loaded.
Oh.
And so when you
Okay.
pull the trigger back, the sear will hit this to drop the striker.
Oh, that is
It's just
smart.
a very simple trigger system that
Which
could
is
be applied
perfect.
to just about any gun.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And then
No,
we
I
have
love that.
we have the nut here that goes on the screw that indexes that acts as the catch for the sear and the seat for the mainspring.
Mhm.
And so we can pre and post tension the mainspring in the gun to get the appropriate force
That's what I
off
was
of
just
the-
going to say.
off of
is that,
our
it's
stroke.
adjustable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun little design that I've been kicking around for a couple months.
No, I love it. I would love to help test it.
I mean,
for sure.
it's one
And
of those.
then the one last feature is that I have a grenade pin safety.
Wait, so when you pull the grenade
I
pin
love
and start
that.
shooting. All right.
Egg, may I?
Yeah,
please?
you pull the grenade pin, and you can actually like fully drop the firing pin.
That is awesome. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the spring that's being used, is that out of like a soap bottle or something, or is that like
No, it's right now it's a McMaster spring.
McMaster spring? That's fine. I mean, just like commonly
Yeah,
available.
I mean it'll be the spec will be published, and everyone will it will be by the time I finish with this, it'll be an Alibaba spring.
I'm sure.
I mean,
sure.
I feel like I know when I bought was it
You can do anything out of
Ace
piano wire anyway.
Ace Hardware had this whole thing where it was like I got a whole like spring box kit that I'm pretty sure could totally put a spring that like fits that. But that is okay. Well, you blew everything I was gonna say out of the water, so that's actually pretty cool. All right.
So just to answer the chat, it is drop safe. It is an AR-15 grip. It is double action only. It's like a Glock plunger for safety, kind of. So bottle spring would be a smart idea. I'll probably try that.
It's whatever. I mean, I'm just saying.
I mean, it's just something I guess people have. I guess those big like the ones you get like Costco or Sam's. Right? Yeah.
I'm just thinking back to like
You're gonna...
early days, when everything was like totally DIY.
Oh, I forgot the other fun thing.
Yeah.
I have an extension spring for the trigger spring.
Ooh.
Because I'm retarded, and I haven't seen an extension spring really used all that much in GunCat, and I wanted to do one. I explicitly designed this trigger system to use an extension spring because I'm a faggot.
No, I love that. I love that. That is awesome, and I appreciate you so much for that. That is the things that like people need to actually look at. Like, go to your local hardware store if you are designing a gun and see what is available and design around that. Please.
I remember that was
and then take down his 4 screws. They're mirrored screws on the outside of the gun.
Well,
genius.
This is going to be a fun one.
While I'm going over this like design for aesthetics 101, look at my nut cup.
Huh.
Yeah.
So you just have 2 nuts in there.
I just have 2 nuts in a little slot, and then you put 2 screws in it from the inside. From the outside, and then you have
the V8 engine design of this. Like, this is very aesthetically pleasing.
V10 actually.
Oh,
V10. Well, that you know what I mean.
And I see.
I had a lot of fun. I haven't taken a design for aesthetics yet, and so I really wanted to dive into that and be autistic and retarded.
Well, the safety is beautiful. I mean, because it is an absolute safety. Like, I mean...
Well, yeah, it just can't break. I
had a vision of, like, gold plating a lot of this, and so everything would be very, like, high-class polish finished. And then there's just chunky fucking industrial grenade pin, like an actual grenade pin, not just a cutter pin with a small rig on it, as your activation for this whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to be artsy and stupid, and this was my whole attempt.
I do think it's funny.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
You did awesome. Well, I'm sorry. Like, this is gorgeous.
Well, yeah, anything that we will say is it's not going to be as interesting as this, that's for sure.
Well, look at how the zigzag revolver has evolved.
Well, I mean, again, a person got sent to jail for it because it was still a good enough functioning device.
Yeah, well, and then what happened to their prime minister?
Well, we can keep going beyond this.
Batteries and light bulbs.
Okay, so why does it keep changing for me? Oh, there we go. That's back now. Good.
I don't know. You're the one in charge.
The stream is ended now. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I shut mine off.
Okay, good.
We're good.
Okay. Well, okay, Dr. Death.
We're ending it. Is me giving you shit about the Japanese prime minister.
That will be. It's what you decided to end as. So I guess if that's how you want to go for it.
Awesome.
I mean, you
Glad
could
to
easily
be more
you
of
could
a
easily just
therapist.
say, originally it was, what cool projects are you looking forward to, and what are you enjoying?
That one.
That was already like, okay, well, that was
That one.
more than I was expecting, but okay, that puts everything a lot further from where I was going. But I guess Doctor,
Yeah, let's not do that.
well, I guess I mean, product wise, well, that's going to be probably the one I'm looking for. That's another DIY one for sure. I was gonna say a lot of the cool jig stuff I've been seeing people do has been interesting. Like some guys working on like spring stuff. I think that's good in its own right. Of the basically, what parts can you just do all on your own? I'm trying to remember exactly what the guys beta specifically, but it's basically a DIY air buffer spring, and that to me is just interesting. Of okay, yeah, no, again, eventually people are gonna start catching on. So what can you possibly do now to just
I wish the spring factories would have worked out. They never did.
well, but that's what, to be honest, that's one of the more interesting projects that I'm kind of like, I think will have the most staying power and kind of the biggest impact, in my opinion. But what about you, Dr. Jeff? I guess, what about you? What are you thinking?
I mean, I'm doing fine. I'm happy. I'm happy to be talking to Control Q again. I missed this entire space. I think it's really fucking funny that FDM tried to raid the stream and then only had his daughter to back him up, and then she gave up. Did we ban her? I think she just gave up.
I literally just ignored her. But
yeah, no, she just gave up.
But
so that's sad.
I mean,
whatever. Fuck them.
I mean,
the future's looking bright. You know, I'm hoping someday, eventually, to get like back involved. Probably next year, if I am allowed eventually to get back into 3D2A.
Well, look, for the right price, I'm sure we can work something out.
I was thinking that, you know, maybe if I whore myself out a bit, like some of my friends, you know, I mean, I'll post some nudes, I'll do the whole OnlyFans thing, you know, slap MAF over my titties, you know, all that.
No,
yeah, work.
Yeah. But no, I want to get back in. I just Jesus, I lost my mind when I found out that I was having another kid, and then it was going to be a daughter, and I just. But anyway, no, I think we had a good time. I had a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, like the old days.
I feel. Well, poor Uber Clay got like absolutely annihilated.
I think he was pacing himself for a 1 hour stream, and we're 3.5 hours later.
I mean, like, I remember how long it went last time, Dr. Death, so I was like, okay. Yeah, I was like...
Well, I knew what it was going to be, so that's why I chose wine. And then I was like, oh, I'll dip into, like, some bourbon and everything, and you could hear me slip a little bit, and then I was like, no, I need to, like, refocus.
No, this was 100% all beer for me. I was like, I know exactly my limits. I would only drink beer this whole time.
No. So then I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go back to red wine. But then... And Uber Clay was just like...
pounding shot after shot, man. Man was literally pounding shots when I was just like drinking light beer right now. I'm like, damn it, dude.
It's like my cousin the other day. I went out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know if anyone even noticed that I took a couple days off Twitter, but I do a hike every so often out into the, like, way out in the Appalachians, and my grandfather has a cabin, and you have to hike to it. So whoever cousins show up are like the fishing group, you know? And my one cousin from Las Vegas showed up, and I hiked in, and by the time that I got there was like 20 people, and it was my uncle and my cousin, everything, and they were all completely wasted.
Nah.
And I was like, oh boy, this is gonna be fun. And then, yeah, just like, it was an entire weekend of just them binge drinking. Like, we woke up and I was like, okay, let's go fishing, guys. And my cousin goes, yeah, okay. 7 o'clock in the morning, cracks open a beer, and I'm like, I know exactly how this is gonna go. He was passed up by 6 p.m.
Hey man, breakfast beer is a real thing, and it is. I love the German culture for teaching me that thing. But that being said, though,
They are Germans. They are Germans.
Explains a lot. But it's one of those things where it's like beer. Beer is something you can drink, but you have to be careful about it. When you start throwing whiskey into shit, that's when you can get really fucking hammered. If I'm just drinking beer, I'm exactly where I'm at right now. I could keep going for a while, but I understand this is pretty late for all of us right now too. And
y'all are weak.
I mean, this is
no. I'm up.
I work. I work for another 4 hours at least.
I'm with you, buddy.
Well, that's usually where the Twitch stuff comes afterwards, the fun post-stream stuff. But at least for everyone else, though, for everyone...
I can be up.
Oh, I mean, we'll go do the Twitch post-stream. I mean, I'll put a post in the link right here. I don't know who's going to say...
I don't have a Twitch. Who are you, Zoopy? I told her she loves you.
That is... love her. That is probably the most furthest... Well, it's for the furthest thing from the truth, but hey, to each their own. Okay, so I'll post right here. Twitch.tv... Twitch.tv/agcast right here. Basically, this is good for everyone else. If you guys want to keep joining on for the fun, by all means, I have horrible insomnia and I woke up at like noon today, so I'm perfectly fine. But I will not, tell anyone else to do it
alone. I can party all night.
Well, then in that case, if you want, then I will go. If you guys want to see how off the rails this can go, by all means,
no idea how to do that.
Don't you just stay here and I will just switch it to Twitch. Is all you need to know. Awesome. But I posted it right there on the chat for everyone. It's pinned right there. Thank you guys for showing up. I can assure you right now, I did not expect to be the most sober one out of everyone here. Maybe Pew's probably about the same level.
I only had one bottle of rum.
Well,
Pew can hold his own. You were doing better that night than
it is that. It's the hapagenes, all right. There's something else in them that just mixes it. It's the hybrid strength is what I've been told.
I need to go back to that restaurant.
But to everyone else,
that was awesome.
Thank you for showing up. If you guys want to join in for the Twitch post stream, it's right there in the chat. I will be starting it, I don't know, maybe like 15 minutes or something. But thank you for everyone showing up, and hopefully you enjoyed it. Don't ask for timestamps. I am not sitting through 4 hours.